We are live.
We've done it, Reddit.
We've done it, Reddit. We did it.
We've gone live. We've hit the button.
Oh, we're live?
Yes.
We're live?
It is, in fact, playing an ad, though. So.
I mean, yeah, I know it's playing ads. For those of you who aren't subbed to me, like Clay and Helly. Actually,
Hey, at least I'm getting a relevant ad. It's giving me Lord of the Rings.
that's not
Here's
relevant.
the Middle Earth.
That's not relevant.
Wait, what?
That's not... Lord of the Rings isn't relevant to Star Wars. That's an entirely different IP. How dare you say that up to me?
It's relevant to tabletop RPG, is what I'm playing.
Do I?
I'm just listening to some Star Wars lo-fi. As one do.
I'm listening. There's some ambient music going on. It's really dark and twisted for the stream. I might swap to the next one, to a different one. Where's that coming from? You're muted. You're muted. Is one of you listening to my stream?
I'm not listening, but I can.
Be.
Am I
Here, I'm
listening
listening
to my
now. I'm listening now.
I
No? Okay, I don't know why I was getting an echo there for a second.
It's weird that you were getting an echo.
Yeah, it was weird. It's still weird. Very weird. I just noticed you can see the background clipping behind the chat box because it's partially see-through. That's funny.
Stay frosty.
something
nails
to
for
something to
worse
fix in
than-
the future. Again, soon enough you'll get them all bounding boxed properly and cropped.
Yeah, something like that. I'm gonna fix it right now.
Now, X, I have an important question to ask about your slideshow.
How dare you?
Well, this is a question that you're going to either hate me for asking or you're already doing it. Are you selecting a folder or did you select each individual file?
Oh god, no, I selected a folder. Can you
Okay.
imagine? I mean,
Hey,
I know I'm
I-
stupid, but...
This is why I have to ask these questions.
No, it's fine. I understand why you had to ask that. I am stupid after all.
To be fair, I was also right in saying that it's either a question that you're already doing or you're going to be mad at me for.
It was both. It was both. It was both. Guys, it was both. Both of them. Okay. Okay, so...
I want the pipe.
What?
Hi, Cordelia.
What the fuck?
Don't worry about it.
Alright.
I didn't mean to press that button, I swear.
Sure.
Sure you didn't. Sure, we'll go with that. Sure you didn't. Well, hi y'all. There's nobody in chat right now, but hi chat. To anyone. Hi YouTube. This is episode 4. Oh, Helly's in chat. Look at him. And Daily. Who would have thought that our players are in chat? Who would have known?
Hey, no, I did do some broadcasting for the stream, so fight me.
Just a little bit.
Hey, look at that.
Hey, it's Gray.
The Weaver.
First time chat. Too. Wow, look at
Great. Lol.
that. And immediately
Eat
banning. Okay, there we go. Just gonna click on that. Ban hammer. There we go. Get out of my chat.
Too bad you don't have a ban command like I have in mine.
No, but that would be really funny. That just goes bonk.
It bonks people. Maisie bonks people with the ban hammer.
We also need to get this man set up with sound effects.
And channel points. I have a list, okay? I'm gonna just add that to my list.
Well, when you want to work on that list, let me the fuck know.
No. Why would I
Fine.
let you know? How dare you?
So I can help
So he
you.
can help you, young menace to society?
I resemble that remark.
I'm glad you resemble that remark. I'm glad you resemble the need for assistance.
Okay, I'm gonna go through real quick. I need sound commands, channel points, a break screen,
A chat bot.
a chat bot, a new hat.
Doesn't Streamlabs have one? Have a chatbot?
Yeah, I have it partially set up, but it's not like really set up.
I can get him set up with Phantom Bot as well and have that run 24/7.
Yeah, we're going real chill.
Or assuming as long as my server PC doesn't BSOD.
That's a solid if on that one. The way Windows is going right now, it's a solid if. At least with what it's been doing to my computer. Jeez.
For the most part, it's been stable, but sometimes it likes to be cranky.
Sometimes it likes to melt your ears out of your eyeballs. I mean, your eyes out of your ear sockets. I mean...
Sometimes it just likes to, be grumpy. And, I can only say, that's fair. Respect.
Respect. You're making me have some respect.
Mad respect.
Yeah. So, oh my gosh. Checklist. I have a checklist for a reason. Let's finish this. I am not a professional streamer. This is never going to be a professional stream.
We're
I need
streamers, guys.
I need an A sign off. Script so that I can sign off and shout people out. Anyways, welcome everybody to the Droids. Welcome to DOS stream. Droids only campaign, Edge of the Empire. This is session 4, the 3 Droidmigos, because we're down to 3, folks. Things came up, stuff happened, things go on. And so a player dropped out. But we still got Helly and Daly and Gray here.
Hello.
Also known as Baby, Reggie, and Rebel. I always forget Rebel.
We have lost the Roly Boy.
Yeah, Roly Boy is gone. I don't know. We'll see if at any point he ever comes back. It's probably not a very likely possibility at this point. But shit happens. Things go well, go wrong, whatever. But wait, I do have that done. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at my channel points going like, why is it telling me that I need to set up my channel points when I've already actually set up some of those? So, anyways, last session was 2 weeks ago, and it ended kind of abruptly due to some real life stuff happening. But last we left off, the crew had what was it, 3 days that I gave you of downtime?
Yes.
They all kind of spent on doing different things and trying to work on stuff. I'm going to, now that I'm looking at it and I've kind of regrouped a little bit as a dungeon master and examined some things, I'm going to say you guys have some more time, and Helly, if you want to have those ships repaired, you can get the Pit Droid Union working on it. And we can kind of work from there. I just want to pass it by you guys. Do you guys want some more downtime, or do you think you have enough, or where do you want to go with this?
I am down spending my downtime working on one of the Trandoshan ships, as well as getting more acclimated with the new droid blaster arm.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. The droid blaster arm works just as well as your other arm. It's a little bit bigger and bulkier, but it works pretty well. And did I send you the stats for that, Helly?
Yes, you did. I'm just saying, as a character, got to get acclimated to the new weapon.
Yeah, got to get used to the new weapon. Got to get used to the new arm. It's a little bit weird, but it fits. It works.
Thank you, Modular Designs.
While you guys have your time off and your time down, the mechanic droids and with the assistance of a bunch of buzz droids have cleaned up the hangar bay and started repairs on the roof of the hangar bay where it was damaged. They've swapped out the main coolant pumps for the main reactors and refilled the coolant reservoirs, not all the way full, as the the Munificent cruiser that you had was a bit smaller, so it had less coolant. But now there is enough coolant in the ship to actually run and move. The reactor is turned on. The ship is no longer on emergency or secondary power, and everything's kind of starting to come alive more and more as you guys spend your downtime. There's more activity in the hangar. There's more fighters coming and leaving, and it's kind of becoming this operational base, or base of operations, or however you want to say it. As you guys are, where are you guys all hanging out together? Because as a crew, I imagine you guys kind of spend time together hanging out a little bit as you do your stuff.
I imagine Rebel is repainting Reggie. After the blast mark incident.
That is true.
Yeah.
Reggie, you...
That's right, I got full damaged.
Yeah, do you...
Yes.
You got repaired,
I want to help
correct?
repaint.
Yes. You said we all got repaired over the 3 days time.
Yeah, so, Rebel and Reggie, you guys are... Reggie, you are more standing there and telling Rebel how you want to be painted. And you have given Reggie this, literally a canister of industrial ship-grade spray paint that's used for marking the Hyena bombers and Tri-Fighters and such. There's only really 3 colors available to you on this ship right now, and that's red, blue, and black, like gunmetal gray black.
Silver black.
Yeah, silver black. Those are the only 3 colors you really have access to on this vessel, but you can get a little bit cleaned up.
I'm mixing the paints, and it will be purple.
You can do purple. That would work.
That's yellow.
I'm gonna say that's gonna be a mechanics check to mix the paints because they are in canisters, so you'd have to. And you're using kind of this spray gun that you can fit a canister into, and so if you want, you can fiddle around with it and see if you can't get 2 canisters fit in to mix them a little bit better. So that's gonna be a difficulty 2 mechanics check.
Giving me difficulty.
You always gotta have difficulty. Don't worry, you got it.
Dosh Garn difficulty. Yeah, there you go. You got 3 successes. That's not bad. That's good. Oh, I forgot to open RPG sessions. It's all over.
Game over. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. We'll see you next week.
Yep. Thank you for tuning in. I have failed every single one of you, and it's all over. But no. What is that noise?
That's just a sound I have of people just running.
Oh. But with 3 successes, you managed to mix it into whichever color of purple you want. And so you're able to mix the 2 into a nice deluxe. I'm gonna say it's like a royal purple at this point.
Yes.
And do you want that to be your base color, or do you want another color as your base color, or do you want to just go?
My base color is still yellow, but covering up this spot where I got badly injured is just a nice purple detail now.
Okay. I like it. I can smell what you're stepping in. Daily.
Now the question is, Rebel, are you going to listen to Reggie's request?
Yeah. So the question here is first, Rebel, how are you going? What is your plan for this paint job now that you've been handed the paint gun? And the other thing is, I need you to make a check. I'm trying to find it real quick. I think it's a.
I think I'll follow. I'll follow Reggie's.
Okay, I think
Request
it's
on that.
Oh,
what,
I was
what
tempted to
check
do
was
a
it?
giant lightning bolt down the
Streetwise?
side, though.
I don't know if
Streetwise for graffiti.
Oh my gosh, yes. As a graffiti, she's using her graffiti art skills. Yeah, give me a difficulty 2 streetwise check. This is not going to be super hard as it is a willing person and you're not waiting for the cops to pull up.
Definitely a graffiti check.
I mean, you're practically the cops here.
I think any success.
I mean, with 0 successes, I will say that you do get her painted. It's not pretty. Like, it's not super pretty. It's not very clean. It is, like, the paint gun works, and you do spray her down.
It's a patch job.
But it more looks like you gave a toddler a spray can and said, go nuts on something. It's just purple all over one side of Reggie before you kind of realize, like, you kind of try to make a design and then you try to fix the design, and in the end it's just a blob on the side of Reggie that's covered up all of the blast mark.
The back half of Reggie is just purple.
Yeah. Reggie, you are now like half purple, and it's not even like a clean line between them or like a gradient. It's like there's a little bits of goober dripping down, and Rebel, you kind of step back. You're not. It's paint, and it's on, and it doesn't come off. It's not gonna come off. It's definitely a very thick coat of paint, and Reggie, you open up your back plating, and it sticks a little bit. The little panels on the back stick a little bit as you try to open them, but they kind of come open, and as it starts to dry, you kind of decide to open them all up to let it dry a little bit.
oh, you bitch.
Hey, I did the best I could. I am not an artist, other than a con artist. I am a con artist, not Cass.
You certainly conned Reggie.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have trusted you for this.
It also probably
Just
didn't
trust
help
the man
that
with
you
two
didn't have any
hands.
stencils or anything.
I mean, I was going for a lightning bolt, but that really just didn't pan out. So.
I was trying to put a lightning bolt like explosion thing on the back, but it just turned into a weird tentacle squid thing. So I tried to lean into that, and it just got all messy. And now it's just nothing.
It's just a blob.
But hey,
You've been
at least the
Splatoon.
scorch mark's gone.
Thank goodness for that.
Can I try to use my vibro knife to carve out a lightning bolt into the paint?
Yes! Yes!
Sure. Let's do for this one.
Is this another skullduggery?
I'm gonna go with coordination for this one. You can do coordination.
Hey, I'm good at coordination.
Coordination or skullduggery.
I will gladly take coordination. What difficulty?
It's difficulty 2, because you're just trying to carve something into this. You're not. I guess it depends on how intricate of design you're trying to do. But I was thinking you're doing pretty simple.
A lightning bolt.
Yeah, one failure. Yeah, you go to scrape it off with your vibro knife, but the vibration's making it really hard to get any lines whatsoever out of it, and you just give up after a couple of seconds. You're like, yeah, that's not gonna work. Also, it just barely scratches the
it's barely even noticeable.
Yeah, it's a Starfighter grade spray paint. This stuff is meant to take like a beating and still look okay. So, fortunately, Reggie...
Well, I tried.
No one's going to notice that you got blown up. Downside is everyone is going to notice that you look like you got a hack paint job.
You can talk with the You could try getting with the repair droid, see if they can give you a paint job.
No, I'll leave it for now.
Yeah, I mean...
You can also go full purple.
I don't want to go vulnerable.
You gotta be
I'm
careful.
fine. It'll be fine.
You gotta cover the lenses too, because if you don't cover the lenses, she could just get spray painted, impossible to see. And that's it for Reggie.
No.
We did it on the back though, so it doesn't matter so much.
But yeah,
So
it's on the back. It's not as noticeable. It's like half of you. It looks like you could probably pass it off as an artistic choice if you really tried hard enough. But it definitely it's definitely like you told your 4-year-old to give you a tattoo, and that's what you should expect.
Outside, coloring outside the lines, uneven.
Yeah, it's super uneven. It's thicker in some places, thinner in some others. But at least it's not. It could have been worse. It definitely could have been worse. But you guys finish your spray paint. Oh, by the way, Daily, you make a mess on the floor of the flight deck as you're trying to spray paint Reggie. Like you kind of like both like go out onto the flight deck and are like in a spot that's not really being used near the shuttle, and you're like spraying the back of Reggie down, and you start a little detailed, and then you like start getting less detailed, and then you get frustrated and you just fire hose the back of Reggie, and that's how it goes.
And it's just all over the floor.
Yeah, it's
you see an R3 footprints.
There is an outline of where Reggie was standing, and then tire tracks where Reggie drove away and you drove over it, and footprints where a baby walked across it and stuff, and it's just a mess. Some mechanic droid is probably gonna have something really angry to say to you later on, but not right now.
Worth it.
Sure
also, we need to roll force, don't we?
Yeah, I'm going to remove the force dice real quick and have everybody roll a force dice real quick. I'm going to roll 1.
Hey! Well. We take those.
Uh-oh.
Why won't it let me roll this dice?
Oh. Neat.
Are you selected on a character?
Whatever. So that's 2 light side from Reggie, a dark side from Rebel, and 2 light sides from Heli, and then a dark side from me. Wow, there's a lot of light side going on here.
You know what? We take this. We got rid of rolling, and we get all of these light side.
Yeah, suddenly everything's going your way. Everything's coming up Zoidberg. So let me real quick roll a percentile dice. 40. With 40, does that? What are you guys at right now?
With our new ratios, I don't think it does.
I don't think so. Not with the new ones. Let me double check real quick, just in case. Just the session recaps, character creation. We've got 10.
Because I was
30,
15.
Yeah, 10, 20, 35. Yeah, no, it still isn't low enough to trigger anyone's obligation this round. So no big deal. Nothing wrong. Nothing happens.
Again, we drop the roly point, and just good things happen.
Yeah, suddenly everything's easier. We got to be nicer to him though. So we're gonna move on. As you guys.
Sorry, I had to.
Also, Daily, you can't redeem Hydrate like that when I'm the Dungeon Master, because now I have to do it. Oh, let's see what I got. I got margarita mix. I'll get a drink when we do our break, and we are going to do a break this time. I'm going to do a break at 2 hours, and then we'll come back from the break after like 15 minutes. That's something I'm trying to do, so I don't get as worn out being the Dungeon Master doing this. And if at this point, if we do 2 hours, it'll be, I don't know how late it'll be for all you guys. Do we want to just do a shorter session today and try to start it earlier next week?
My cutoff point is in 3 hours.
So if we take a break in an hour, we can go from there. Sounds good.
Probably an hour and a half will probably be fine.
All right, Heli, set a timer, because I'm not responsible
timer
enough. Thank you, Heli. You're the best. You're my favorite version of Alexa. So, you guys are in.
Use a
Probably is
bitch.
the best AI assistant.
You guys have kind of been fiddling around with the paint for a little bit, and it has finally, dried. By the time a small courier droid, it's like a mouse droid. It's like little tiny box on wheels, just scoots all over to you and like starts squeaking at you in binary. He's like, "Hey, the boss wants to see you."
All right.
I was
Time to head up to the command deck.
Like, you know how you can ask various AI assistants what their opinion of the other AI assistants are? Hey, Helly,
Oh no.
what do you think of Google and Alexa?
Not going to answer these questions.
I don't want to get
Sorry.
into a fight with the mega corporation right now. We can do that later.
I'm not going to answer those questions.
All right. This little mouse droid has rolled up,
Understandable.
and he's like, "The boss would like to see you in the command deck."
All right. Time to make our way to the command deck.
Reggie, as you are driving by, he goes, "Nice paint job,"
Fuck you, dude.
and he rolls away.
Can I just shoot a wrist blast next to the mouse droid?
Oh yeah, and he screams and starts spinning around and drives away. You scare the hell out of him. Do you want to hit him or not hit him? Is the question.
No, I want to just shoot next to him,
Okay,
just
'cause-
to scare him.
Yeah. You definitely spooked the little fucker.
Just
Okay, and so as you guys head through the ship, making course for the command deck, you reach the command deck, and the ship. This section of the ship has actually been pretty heavily repaired. Several of the bay windows, the big open windows that give the
viewport windows.
Yeah, the viewport windows are still damaged and cracked, but there's been significant repairs to all of the consoles in here, and the fighter craft that had crashed into this section has been... I mean, not the firecraft. The huge blaster bolt, the turbolaser bolt that impacted this section has been repaired at this point. There are still some scorch marks on some of the walls. There's a dent in the wall where one of the regular tactical droids was embedded in it. But other than that, it's up and running. You can see a number of B1 battle droids sitting at their different stations, hitting buttons and doing things. And standing by the holo table is the super tactical droid known as Steve. He is currently looking at a map of a star system. This star system has a large sun in the center with 4 planets, and the first planet looks to be smaller than the others. Then the second planet is the third biggest, and the third they basically go from smaller to larger heading out. The first one looks to be some sort of volcanic world. You can see what look to be terrain scans that show volcanic activity and such. It's pretty easy to see from where you are. Then you see the second planet. There are a number of trajectory lines moving around on the planet, and little dots that are indicating what appear to be either ships or something that is moving or life of some kind. There's also a number of what look to be glowing cities that have been placed on the hologram of this. Then you also see the third one, which is just a sphere that, as far as you can tell, is either some sort of ice planet or water planet. You can't really get a read off of it because it's just a simple sphere. The indicators show that it doesn't have any atmosphere. And then the final planet is a gas giant, and you see a small model of the Providence cruiser that you are currently in, kind of in orbit around this gas giant. You can see a vast debris field around the gas giant, as well as 4 moons, I mean. And there is a single small dot on one of these 4 moons that are orbiting this gas giant. Oh, there's also a planetary ring around the third planet in this system. As you enter, Steve looks up at you and says, "Ah, excellent. We have been conducting a series of long-range scans with the power system up and our scanners repaired, we have discovered a few things about the system that we are in. The first is that there appears to be some sort of mining colony on the second world. The second thing we have discovered is that there seems to be some sort of movement here, and he hits a button on the command console, and the hologram shifts to show is it the fourth moon? Which moon was it? Don't mind me, I'm really bad. The second moon of the gas giant you're orbiting around. As it comes up, he points to a section of the planet that lights up and says, We've noticed there are some unusual heat readings and some sort of holographic signatures from this area of the planet. We're unsure what this is. It could be some form of pirate base or other thing, or possibly a smuggler's base. Since we are unsure, and due to its close proximity and the need for secrecy, I would like to send you as a group to investigate and report back. If it is simply pirates, see if you can see how many there are. Report back what possible shape the outpost is in, and if it's nothing, then we'll at the very least have that peace of mind.
Do we have any of that old clone armor still in reserve?
We do not. However, there is, and he hits another couple of buttons, and the debris field pulls up in front of you. You can see in the debris field a Venator cruiser that is literally cracked in half down the long, from stern to aft. It's basically the entire length of the ship.
From nose to engine.
Yeah, from nose to engine, it has been split in half. There is a large section where the engines are that has separated off, but in general it's split all the way down the middle. There's another Venator cruiser that appears to be mostly intact, but has huge holes in the rear section where it seems the reactor overloaded and detonated. And then you see another triangular ship that you're not super familiar with. I would have to have you guys make a warfare check with 4 difficulties to see if you know about this vessel.
I mean, I'll... Fuck it, eyeball.
Whoa, Daily.
Not as good as I thought it was then, I guess.
No, you were very ununderstandable.
Wow, Helly, 6 threats?
I'll play with it.
I did say what?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna just give all of those threats to you in damage. Take it how you want, as a capacitor in your droid brain overloads and almost fries itself.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Reggie, with a success. Reggie, you were actually part of the salvage operations of this ship originally, the salvage and investigation operations of this ship. You recognize this as a Victory Star Destroyer. It's the younger, slightly smaller, but much more heavily armed version of the Venator cruiser. This variant appears to still have a hangar bay, but it does not have a top hangar. It has the Victory's hangars were out of the bottom. It also has 2 large assault missile bays one on either side of the ship that are the most dangerous armament of a vessel. You also would know that it was more heavily shielded than Venators were. This was kind of the newest thing. This was the newest weapon to hit the war, the front lines of the war, right at the end of the Clones Wars. This was the Clones' newest, shiniest piece of technology at the time. Looking at it now, it appears that the command deck of this Victory Star Destroyer has been essentially obliterated. It's not there. It also looks like one of the Venators crashed into it, the one with the engine problems, and bounced off. doesn't appear to have destroyed the vessel, but it did shear the top of it off, and the command bridge is floating out away from it. As you look at it, a series of indicators appear all across these 3 ships, and Steve says, while we do not detect any life forms on these vessels, we do detect emergency powers in the Victory Star Destroyer. This would be a great place to find clone armor or armaments if you would like. However, I do not believe that we will have the time at this juncture to investigate. I'll be sending out probes and stealth droids in order to investigate these hulks further, and hopefully we'll be able to start to salvage operations, as we need more armaments to replace some of the ones that were irreparably damaged.
Understood. Have we been able to pull any data out of the Trandoshan ships that we've commandeered to see where they originated from?
Unfortunately, the navigational data for both of those vessels was wiped clean as they were escaping the vessel. One of which, it appears, the black box of it was unfortunately obliterated by a laser cannon blast. As he looks pointedly at you.
It was either destroy, take out the pilot, or let them get away and bring more.
Yes. Though, from what we can tell, they had not used their hyperdrive recently and had wiped it since then. So either they're from in-system or they are just very, very careful.
They camped for a while.
That is a possibility.
That base...
Everything is always a possibility.
The camp on the second moon of that planet could be where the Transoceans came from.
That is the assumption at this point.
I mean, you know what assuming things does.
He just looks over at you and says... And simply says, I don't assume so much as make calculated hypotheses.
Makes an ass out of you and me.
He just shakes his head.
Rebel, shut up!
Just points the wrist rocket at Rebel. just hold out the arm, just points the wrist rocket at Rebel. It's like, shush.
For now, if you would like, we can repair those. Let me retry this sentence, thinking my way through it.
Recalculating.
Recalculating.
Sorry, the hydration's kicking in daily. How dare you? I have use for the Trandoshan vessels. If you wouldn't mind, I will have the mechanic droids get to repairs, because they believe they would be very, very useful for smuggling operations, or at the very least for staying under the radar of the local whoever is in charge.
That was my thoughts, was trying to keep those vessels as in one piece as I could. They would make for great vehicles for landing on inhabited planets, as our separatist ships, being now decades old, are likely to go about and cause more concerns than a Transocean ship.
And we still do not know what happened of the rest of the droid vessels after the war. They were probably scrapped, however, we don't know that. We'll keep a low profile, and those will help. I'll set the mechanics to it immediately. He picks up a data pad and starts inputting things and says, you have your orders. Dismissed.
I'm gonna start making my way towards our stealthopede.
Okay.
Dismiss my ass. We're just...
It's not a stealthopede, by the way. There is a stealth variant of the Sheathopede that you do not have.
But then we call it the stealthopede.
Yeah, you do. You guys get down to the ship as you watch a crew of mechanic droids and with a couple of load lifters are currently trying to drag the unpilotable vessel of the Trandoshans off of the flight deck and down into the maintenance bay, while the other one they're just slowly backing it up towards one of the lifts down into the maintenance bay. One of the pit droids has two batons that he's like waving as they get closer and closer, and then he holds up his hand to stop, and the droid piloting obviously doesn't notice because he runs the pit droid over and then stops.
That sounds like typical pit droid behavior.
They have one brain cell between them, with the exception of Foreman, who seems to be the only intelligent one of the bunch.
No, Foreman has their only brain cell.
Foreman contains the only
Pit droid
only CPU.
You guys board your She the Pete shuttle that is fully fueled and ready to go. You guys get into position, light up the engines. I assume, Helly, you're going to be the pilot here?
Yep.
All right. As a crew, you're all on the vessel. Helly, as you activate the She the Pete, a holographic display comes up. A holographic display indicator pops up, and you see that the coordinates for the coordinates both for the moon and the location on the moon that you are investigating have been uploaded to your Navi computer.
All right. I'm gonna make an astrogation check to plot out a course.
Good idea. That's gonna be a difficulty 1. I'm gonna make it a difficulty 1 because it's a very close astrogation. Actually, no. Difficulty 3 to get out of the debris field, and then another difficulty 1 to get to the moon.
Well, now, is that for astrogation or is that for piloting?
I'll say difficulty 3 for the piloting check, difficulty 1 for the astrogation. It's not hard to plot your way to the moon and where you need to go. It is going to be difficult to make it through the field, however.
Okay. Well, I'm making the astrogation check with a difficulty 1.
All right. 4 successes,
Let's go!
1 advantage. You can pass.
I'm gonna reduce the strain.
Or okay, you can reduce the strain. That's also too fair.
I did take 6 trying to figure out that Victory class shuttle.
You did take 6. That is true. That did hurt. And it's a Victory class Star Destroyer, not a shuttle. It is way bigger.
Oh yes, Victory class Star Destroyer.
All right.
You know what I meant.
You finish plotting out the flight path along the astrogation data, and you kick on the thrusters as you feel the ship hum to life. It's got a little beef to it now. You recognized it last time you played, but you still, every time you boot that up, you can feel that little bit of a chugga to it. It's definitely a little bit juicier than most She the Petes that are available.
Alright, so now a difficulty 3 piloting space.
Yep. How would you like to exit the hangar?
Oh, that's the fun part, isn't it?
Yeah, max speed like last time, or do you want to take it easy this time and not take out a couple of B1s on your way out?
I am, because I'm not feeling obligated, I'm not going to, destroy an army of B1s on exit.
All right. There is a B1 battle droid with aircraft directing batons that is currently waving you, and then he points in a direction and gives you the clearance to leave. You lift the shuttle off the ground and very, very gently take off, make the check. Let's see how you do in this debris field.
Alright, and roll!
No successes, but no failures. I would say that this is not going to go... You're not going to be able to safely exit the debris field. However, you are going to be able to exit debris field. So, I'm going to say that this is going to be taking a lot more time than normal as you tried to follow your plotted course, but found that several chunks of debris have moved since the last astrogational scan of the area, and you have to take a couple detours and routes out. But you do manage to leave the debris field without taking damage. On 0 successes for this, it is going to be a no damage, but also you lose time and you lose more fuel to get out here, which currently is not going to be a big deal because you have enough fuel to make it wherever you want in this system. But later on, that could be a problem if it happens for longer journeys.
Once we're clear of the debris field, I'm kicking this shit into overdrive.
Okay, you kick in the interplanetary thrust system and move at a solid speed between this planet and its moon. The gas giant, as you leave the debris field, is looming ahead of you. It is a burnt orange base with a deep red swirls and blue currents moving through it. It's a very strange, it moves a lot. It's very non-static. What's the word for it? Kinetic. The entire surface of this planet is constantly moving and shifting as you fly around and get into essentially a stable orbit to follow around the curve of the planet and head towards its second moon. You pass by its first moon on the way. This primary moon of the gas giant is very small, and it's just very rocky. You don't see anything of interest on here. And as you approach the second one, you notice it's the same. It's very similar. Let's see what let me look at the scanners real quick for your ship real quick.
I was about to say, if we can run some scans on this planet before we attempt to plop her down.
Okay, sounds good.
Nah. It's full send.
Okay, yeah, your sensors would be able to let you scan the moons. So this will be a computers check if someone would like to run the scanner system.
What's mine?
I've got 2 to computers.
I would say we have Rebel do it, because Rebel is the best with computers right now, I believe.
Rebel or Reggie. Either one of the R3s.
I'm doing a thing. I'm doing things.
What is your...
Okay.
I can also do it if that would...
I mean, you both have the same level of computers. The difficulty check would be 2, just to run a full scan on the system. Okay. I mean, you both roll up, input your computer docs into the ship, and simultaneously you both scan the surface of this planet. One of you does a surface scan, the other one of you does a life form scan. And for the surface scan, you get a
I want to look for life form.
Okay. For the surface scan, you get a very detailed look at the surface topography of this planetoid, this small moon. And as you get that topography report, you notice that there is a number of craters all across its surface. And for the life form scan, you find that there are a few very small pockets of life forms on this planet, but none of which indicate intelligent life or indicate anything important until you get to a single crater on the second moon of this system. It's a relatively large crater, but you notice in the topography scan that there is some sort of structures in this crater. They're not very distinct, they're smaller and just barely poking out, but you are able to notice them, and there is you are able to also notice that there is some sort of power source there as it pops up on your computer readings, and there are a number of life forms in that area. More so than there are anywhere else on this planetoid.
There's life here. Life.
How far away are the craters from each other? Or how far away is another crater from this populated crater?
It's hard to tell, but it's at least a number of kilometers. I would say it'd be about 2 or 3 kilometers from the nearest other craters. However, like, the entire surface is basically different sizes of craters, but I assume you're looking for one that's big enough to hide your shuttle in.
Yes.
Yeah, so the nearest crater that could hide your shuttle in reasonably is about 6 or so kilometers from the large crater you're looking at.
We'll call that the spaceport.
Yeah, the spaceport. As you guys approach, do you want to try and sneak up on the space, or do you want to try and do a flyover? Like, how concerned are you about being seen in this case?
At this point, I'm tempted just to land and have the R units leave, and I just remain on the vessel.
Except we can't communicate with anything other than other droids. That's only if they speak binary.
Yes, but I'm a battle droid.
True.
You're an astromech. You can scout.
Helly, if you would like, you can spend a destiny point to say that you have some kind of disguise. It could be, you could put on an environmental suit of some kind. I would like to note that no matter what your disguise, your battle droid arm will be noticeable. Your super battle droid arm will be noticeable.
Yeah, and that's just it. Not gonna do well there.
Yeah.
So, at this point, I think we will attempt to land just at an open port, and we'll let the I'm gonna let the R3s do some recon.
All right. As you guys get within a few kilometers of the station,
Spaceport.
Of the spaceport. Yeah, we'll call it a spaceport for now. As you guys get within a few kilometers of the spaceport, there is a static on the holo, and then there's a blinking indicator on your console of an incoming transmission.
One of you want to pick that up and jam outbound video?
We're doing that on video?
Answer and disable video.
Okay, we should probably disable video first. That's gonna be another computer's check, right?
Yeah, that's gonna be a 3 difficulty computer check here.
Okay. I answer the call! I failed to disable video.
Yeah, the failure is going to be that you failed to disable video. The triumph is that Helly is not the one that they see first. So...
I'm just fully in the camera here.
Yeah, you activate, you forget to turn off the... in fact, you do disable the video, but what happened was it was already disabled before, but this time you accidentally re-enabled it. And so all it's going to show, all they are going to see is an R3 unit as the display kicks on, and you can see what looks to be a Weequay. He's kind of standing. He's wearing really rough clothes and has an oversized helmet on his head and a pair of really large goggles on his face. As the screen comes on, he says, "Who the fuck do you think you are?"
And as I say in binary, I am a droid. He's not gonna understand me because I said in binary.
He's like, "Fucking droids, must be
Beep,
a bunch of goddamn droids. Are you?" He kind of turns from the holo. "Any of you fucking speak droid? We got an R3 unit here in a shuttle." And you hear muffled argument behind him. And he kind of he turns back to us like, "Hey, you pay the toll. We won't bother you, but just we're gonna look over your stuff, all right? Come into the landing on Bay 2. I'll show you where it is." And you get another ping on the console as it pops up.
Bay 2, boss.
That's how I'm going to go about and initiate the landing at
Alright.
where they're at the designated area.
Alright, you come in to land in an open space in this crater. As you enter the crater, you see there is what looks to be some sort of bunker built into the walls of this crater. And surrounding the entire outer edge of the crater are a number of... They look like prefabricated steel, Durasteel buildings with hangar bays and with like big hangar doors, and there's a couple of places where you can see windows poking out, looking out over this area. There are 2 ships currently landed, and as you approach the crater, you notice another ship flying up over the edge of the crater and aiming down at you. The 2 ships that are landed look to be some sort of Corellian freighters. You can recognize them by their kind of discus shape and asymmetrical designs. One of them is really, really, really old. It looks to be... It has the cockpit that pushes out really far, and it's kind of almost a perfect disc with a number of thrusters slapped on the backside of it. And the other one appears to be like a YT, either a 1300 or something. For those of you at home who don't know, I'm going to base these ships off of the cargo ship that you get in
Knights of the Old Republic.
Knights of the Old Republic, and on Han Solo's ship. These are both smugglers' cargo ships, and the ship that is flying over looks to be a Z-95 Headhunter, which at this point is an old ship, but all of you would recognize it from the end of the Clone Wars, as this is one of the things that you would be fighting against during the Clone Wars. This is old Clone Wars era weaponry here. The Z-95 Headhunter gets in behind you and watches you as you come into a landing. You see that the location that's been specified for landing is lightly marked out with little indicator lights that have been posted into the ground in a ring, and there are a number of there looks to be about 4 or 5 individuals now standing out in environmental suits with blasters, and there's some sort of mounted weapon system currently set up to aim at the ship as you come in. You slowly... Yes, Ellie?
Once the ship lands, I'm going to find my way to the cargo hold and play shutdown.
Okay. I'm
gonna play idle.
You go back to the cargo areas, back into a spot, and just shut yourself down. Not really, but...
I certainly look like I'm shut off.
That's going to be a...
You turned off all your external displays and lights, but like your CPU is still running.
I'm in hibernation mode.
You're in hibernate, yeah.
Yeah, you go into hibernation mode, you're still aware of your surroundings, but you're not active. As the ship lands and you astromechs start to reach the back of the ship, do you descend the ramp and open the back doors?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
The back doors open as the ramp hits the lunar soil, and you recognize that there are about 5 Weequay standing there out in front of you. One of which you do recognize as the one you had just talked to, as he is still wearing his helmet, and you see that the helmet that he was wearing actually has an environmental field around his head. As all of these Weequay are wearing these kind of weird, bright, wide-brimmed helmets that have an environmental field around their head and then an environment suit on their bodies. Most of them are wielding what look to be blasters. One of them has a rocket launcher, and there are 2 of them that are mounted up on a mounted machine gun. As you kind of roll down the ramp a little bit, one of the Weequays walks up and says, "All right, here's the deal. I'm going to have to call the boss to let him know you're here, and you're going to have to pay the toll. But if you guys are looking to lay low for a while, we can do that. Just got to pay for it." He seems not very surprised that you're here. He doesn't seem to recognize either of you, but he doesn't seem surprised that his ship has showed up at random to just drop off here. He kind of walks up to you and says,
Do we have any credits to even spend?
You guys do not have any credits on you at all.
Especially no credits for the current currency.
Yeah, you don't have any Imperial credits, which are the current main currency of the galaxy, and you certainly don't have any Republic credits, which were the main currency back when you were around, and you don't have anything of value to trade, except for maybe the nanny droid.
Don't give me ideas, eh?
But he walks up and you see he pulls something out of his pad. And he's like, I think I got a translator here. He's like, he taps on it as the screen flickers on it and it on and off, and then he taps it again and he smacks it against his knee and the screen stays on.
I forget
and goes,
what
okay.
our mission was here.
Your mission is to investigate the area and report back. As he walks up to you and says,
Tourists.
he looks down at us and he's like, tourists? The fuck are you doing
We are
here?
tourists.
I'm gonna need you to make a... You're gonna have to make either a charm or a... No, this is gonna be a deception. This is 100% a deception check. You gotta lie to this man.
I'm better at deception anyway.
Difficulty...
Good.
This is gonna be a difficulty 4 because you're trying to convince a man in a hidden spot in the middle of the nowhere galaxy, edge of the rim, that you're tourist.
That you are a tourist.
2 successes, 2 threats, and a triumph. The threats are this takes 2 strain off of you. With the triumph and the success, with the triumph and the success, I will say that you, as you say this, he looks at you and he goes, tourists. Right. Got it. Right, got it.
What did you tell him?
Well,
We're tourists.
do you have the credits handy, or do you have the credits handy for docking? It's gonna be a couple hundred credits.
So we do have our comm links, right?
You do have your comm links,
Yes.
and they are
We're
internal
still connected
comm
to each
links.
other with their...
Yeah, you can talk
I
to each
can
other.
still
with our comm links,
respond
okay.
via comlink.
Yeah.
I'm going to send a message via our comm links to the nanny droid. And I'm going to be like, they're asking for credits. Do we have any credits?
You don't have any credits. See, we've completed our mission to see what's going on. See if they will let us go.
Okay. And then I'm gonna back out loud in binary through his translator. I'm gonna be like, wrong turn, bye now.
He looks at it, he's like,
And I'm gonna turn around and go back up into the ship.
it's like, hey, wait, whoa. You can't just leave. You have to pay the toll. As the two guys in the Z95 headhunter is floating, just literally hovering just above the ship, aimed directly down, and he's like, if you don't pay the toll, we're gonna keep you here. In fact,
Reggie, throughout the bad part of this conversation, has been slowly rolling back because he's not paying attention to me.
yeah, he's definitely he isn't really noticing you at all, but he's definitely like following Rebel now. Is like, are you trying to? Is it in the ship? Are your credits in the ship? As you're starting to notice, this guy's not exactly
I'm just gonna
bright.
reel further into the ship. I'm just gonna roll further into the ship.
Okay, the two of you
Not
wheel
gonna
further
respond
in the
until
ship,
really further in.
and the three of the guys start to follow him as
So
he draws
we're
his
in the
weapons.
cargo
Like,
Are we in the cargo bay?
yeah.
Is that where we roll into? Okay,
I mean, yeah.
I'm gonna
Is that
turn
where
on
you're
my
rolling
comlinks
into?
again. Yes,
Look,
that's the goal. I'm
the
gonna
ship-
turn,
the
I'm gonna
ship
turn on
has
my comlinks
two
again. I'm like,
parts.
boss, they won't let us leave. Boss, they're following me.
As you say this,
It's on the
there's-
ship now.
he says something into a comlink, not following you into the ship, and you feel the ship shudder as you're not sure,
Oh,
but
no.
you get the feeling that there's now a tractor beam locked onto this vessel.
Boss, what do we do?
He's the Weequay, along with two other of his buddies, are now walking into the back of the ship as they look around and they see, yeah, there's not a lot here. And then he notices that there is a droidica powered down and set into the side of the wall.
Oh God!
And-
no!
and he notices-
we can't do it like this.
And he notices a powered down BX battle droid, both looking to be in very good repair, and kind of looks at the two astromechs like,
Oh my gosh, are we just gonna trade off Rolly?
as he kind of like, he's walked in and he stops. He's like, all right, credits. Come on, I've got you locked down. You can't go anywhere. I need some. Come on, pay the toll. In fact,
I'm gonna wheel over to Rolly.
you roll over to Rolly. Do you?
I'm just gonna point to Rolly with my laser pointer.
You point at Rolly. He looks at Rolly. He looks at you, looks at Rolly, and goes, I mean, looks over at another one of his guys. How much you think that thing's worth? The other guy's like, I don't know, a couple thousand credits for sure. He's like, we'll take it. We'll take it and let you go on your way. As are you gonna keep Rolly? Are you gonna deactivate Rolly? Keep Rolly deactivated and just unhook him?
Is there a way to turn
What if I
Rolly
activate
on? Is there a way to turn Rolly on so that as soon as Rolly gets off the ship, it attacks? Can I do that?
I mean,
you could ask. You couldn't technically ask Rolly.
yeah, and
I could, but I don't want to turn him on. I don't want it to be noticeable that I'm turning him back on.
This would be a computer's check from the terminal that he's connected to right now, and it's equivalent to reprogram us. Basically, you're going to be wiping his internal drive and setting him to do something, or you're going to be adding a directive to him. Either way, this is going to be a very difficult computer's check. I would say 4 or 5 difficulties. I'll go with 4 difficulties and 2 setbacks. And I'm going to upgrade one of those difficulties with the dark side points.
Okay.
So that's going to be 3 difficulty dice, 1 challenge die, and 3 setbacks. Because you're trying to... Rolly's an intelligent being. He's a sentient being. I know he's not here, but he's a sentient being. It would probably be easier to try and coerce him, though.
You could send him a message.
You could turn him. He is in low power mode, so he will hear you if you message him on the comm link.
Okay.
Or you could send him a message through the terminal he's connected to.
That is true. You can also do that and have a conversation with him.
I think I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
Do the conversation.
Okay, then yeah, let's do the conversation. I'm going to ignore that roll here. And say,
Oh, do the time warp real quick.
Please ignore this roll.
Considering Rolly's thirst for violence, I will say this is a 2 difficulty coercion roll. And
Coercion.
you can get a boost. You can get a boost because it's technically part of his mission.
Ooh. Okay. Let's. Damn. Okay.
0 successes. He's not. He just tells you. He just kind of replies affirmative, and that's about it.
Affirmative. So I have no guarantee he's gonna do what I want him to do, but he may.
Yeah, he undocks and
he is acknowledged.
He rolls forward out of the dock now, and unfolds and steps forward to in between Reggie and this Weequay pirates. The pirates all like raise their guns at him real quick, and he just lowers his blasters and looks at them and says,
Thank God. I'm like, don't raise your blasters.
And the Weequay's like, is it? Okay. So this is your toll. Is this your toll? As he looks at you two. You just go,
Yeah.
yes. All right.
I'm gonna make a.
Okay, I'm gonna be polite about it, not gonna use my messed up lingo. Yes.
Affirmative.
He turns to the Weequay he talked to earlier, and the guy's like, I've never heard of a droid selling a droid before, but stranger shit happens all the time in the Outer Rim. All right, Rolly boy, come on. And Rolly follows the guy as the three of them step out, and he's like,
called him Rolly Boy. Where is it written on his side?
Nope. No, he's a droidica.
He's a droidica. He's a Rolly boy.
Yeah.
Rolly rolls up and follows them out of the bay as the lead Weequay says, "All right, stay as long as you need to. If you're and he holds up his hands this time and does air quotes, tourists, and just kind of nods at you and says, continue enjoy your tourism and doing your touring. If you need somewhere to lay low and you're willing to pay a bit of a toll, we have some storage facilities here that you can use. Just, keep it on the down low, right?" And at this point, they all kind of like step out and start walking out away from you.
Rolly may come back to us. It may be fine.
The shift shifts a little bit again as it settles back down to lunar soil, and you watch as the Z-95 goes out and parks in one of the hangar bays.
Coolness. So, could we start a droid revolution to get him back?
I don't know.
Oh my god. Yes. Yes, I want to do that now.
Okay, we probably need
At
to
this
go
point,
scout around,
I'm
don't we?
gonna leave hibernation.
You leave hibernation mode, Helly, as you receive a comlink message from Rolly that says,
"Oh God."
From Rolly that says, "So, am I just supposed to wait for you to come back, or do you want me to start trouble immediately? Or I mean, I'll blow him the fuck up, but I don't know what you want me to do."
Start trouble immediately! Start trouble immediately!
Let me talk with command and see what they want us to do here.
All right. You're gonna try.
Why do we have to go through
You're gonna
fucking
try
nanny bot?
long range communications in the ship with command.
I'm going to attempt to encrypt our transmission and send it long range.
Okay,
to command.
encrypting a command transmission is a difficulty 3 computers check, and you can definitely do that.
I'm gonna have one of the R3s do that because they're better at computers.
So you just turn to the R3s and you tell one of them to just put me through to command.
Okay.
Give me through to command.
What is it?
It's a
Can
difficulty
we both roll this?
Yeah, if you want. If one of you fails,
One of us has got to get through.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, though.
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you right now, though, that the price for failure is that the pirates will know you're making a transmission.
Making a call.
If you don't fail, so long as you succeed, you do not fail, you can get through to the ship, and as long as you get one success, you can get through the ship without them knowing you're making a transmission, without them noticing.
Okay. So it's computers with
3 difficulty.
3 difficulties, yeah.
3. Okay.
Take a strain.
Okay.
Yeah! No failures!
1 success, 1 advantage. For that threat, take a strain take a strain. For the triumph, I will say that you are able to properly encode the transmission, and Reggie, you are able to actually get through to them without alerting anybody. So,
yes!
A hologram appears of Steve just the top chest piece and head of Steve as he looks and goes, "Report."
Planet appears to be a hideout for Weequay.
A hideout for Weequay. Have you assessed their numbers?
At
No.
least 5. Likely more.
Do they have any? Do they have any vessels or ships?
Yes, they have a headhunter that locked down our ship temporarily.
Headhunters are unfortunate. You wait. The headhunter locked down your ship? Explain.
They requested a toll for us to land.
Request. They saw you land.
Yes.
Yes.
At this point, you see as a hand comes up and like starts to rub on the faceplate, and he just goes, "I
Sorry,
see.
boss.
In the future, I will be more specific." Well, since they know you're there,
Time, as you
did-
said, time was of the urgence.
Understood. They asked for a toll. What did you give them for the toll, or are you stuck there?
Currently, Rolly is playing
We're gonna
the part.
start a revolution.
He looks at you and goes, "You gave them a droidica."
Yes.
With the express
Sure,
permission
revolution,
of
Josh.
wait for response and cause chaos.
Actually, that could be very useful. How many ships do they
Revolution!
have?
Revolution!
I know you
There are
mentioned
two-
a single headhunter. What other vessels have you noticed?
There are 2 other vessels landed next to us as we were guided down for a landing. What type of check do I need to see if they to tell if those are fighter craft or if they are just like more tourist ships?
So, as for, I will need you to
Tourist.
make at this point, you're going to be making a. Let me check. Sorry, I'm still getting used to this. A perception check, Helly.
Hey,
And
I'm
you-
okay at those.
Yeah, and you do have your goggles, so you can actually see into some of these hangar bays, which all of the hangars are currently open, and so we'll see what you notice while looking around here. Give me a perception check. This is not going to have any difficulties. It's just a matter of how successful you are.
Okay, and roll. At 2 advantages.
With the 2 advantages, I will say that you, as you look around, you do notice the 2 freighters, which are obviously freighters, and you do notice the Z-95 that flew in, and you also notice another Z-95 in one of the bays. For the advantages, I will say you can tell that the freighters are armed, but they are not... Like, they're not
Military.
heavy. They're not military. The only military vehicles you can see are 2 Z-95s. There are still 3, so there's a total of 6 hangar bays around the outside of this landing field, essentially. These hangar bays are prefabricated buildings that are were built and were designed and built by the clones during the Clone Wars, or at least by the designers of clone ships and prefabricated bases during the Clone Wars. You recognize some of them as places that you have infiltrated and blown up before, but there doesn't seem to be any clone presence actually here. 4 of the 6 hangar bays are closed. 2 of them are open. Each of them has a Z-95 in it. And judging by what you noted, what he said previously, you would assume that the others are being used for either places to rest or places to store things that you don't want anyone to know you have.
Okay, so
there are also
looks like they're
a total of 6 landing zones here, not including the hangar bays themselves.
there are number of ships. It looks like there are currently we can see 2 headhunters and 1 modified cargo
4.
hauler.
It's 4. 2 cargo ships and 2 headhunters.
Oh, okay, 2 cargo ships and 2 headhunters. The cargo ships are lightly modified for armaments, but do not appear to be military.
Interesting. So
Likely pirate modifications.
A single wing of starfighters should be enough to clear that base out. However, we may want to do so a little more delicately, as there may be munitions there. Do you know of how many personnel have you noticed at this point?
There was talk of introducing us to a boss, and there was at least 3 entered the ship while 1 was piloting the headhunter.
And there were also the 2 outside on the cannon, on the mounted.
I didn't know about those 2.
Oh yeah, you don't know about those 2.
So
I'm aware of those 2 either.
You were, Daly. You would have seen them. They were pointing a gun at you.
Again, and me as a player knew
Smart
about
enough
them.
to notice that.
Me as a character did not.
No. You as a character would see them because they were out in the open. Helly, you may have noticed them as you were flying, but with that perception check, I'm going to say no, you did not notice them.
That is fair.
Understood. Very well. Withdraw for now. We will send in a contingent. Actually, as he thinks about it for a couple of moments, stay where you are. Gather more information. Use some of their services. How much was the toll?
1
Look
droidica.
at the R3 units.
1 droidica.
He said 200 credits.
You think I remember that?
Okay, well, nah, my processor didn't take that in. I only remember one thing.
1 droidica. Well, a droidica is worth about 2,000, well, 1,500 credits, depending on the buyer. See if you can't utilize some of their hospitality. At the very least, see if you can't inspect a location for storage. Tell them you are salvaging the field and would like somewhere to store some of the more dangerous components you find. I will set up a sortie for some starfighters to be in the general area in case you need air support.
The Hondois here were wearing environmental suits.
Do you have an
I
environmental
assume they
suit?
can't breathe.
I do not have one on hand, but if an encounter were to break out and their suits be ruptured, it could quickly incapacitate them in the midst of a firefight.
That is true. Also, Helly, if you would like, you can spend one of those points.
You've offered that to me, but I'm not. Again, since I have the B2 arm, it's a dead giveaway.
Depends on the environment suit.
I'll hold off on it for now.
All right.
I'll still mull it over.
All right. All right, give me 10 minutes.
Is it bad that I'm really craving?
Okay. So, at this point, Steve looks at you and says, "There will be air support in the area momentarily. I will tell them to keep a low profile." As he looks pointedly at you again, and then he says, "They will be on standby. They should be within comlink distance in a matter of 2 hours. Once they're on station, they will indicate to you using an encrypted binary message. Until then, sit tight, keep an observation, and keep track of anything you see or hear. Perhaps see if they are amenable to your type of droid, to your model. They seem, if they took the droidica, they may not be too concerned with a BX battle droid walking around."
Understood.
If that will be all, after that will be all, keep me up to date. I will call you in 30 cycles. And he seems to hit a button at the console, and the hologram ends. So, we're going to have to take a break sooner than expected, because, something's going on.
Why not?
I don't know. How much time do we have until the break time anyways?
30 minutes.
Okay,
30-ish.
that means we've been here for an hour. Let's take a quick break, folks.
Hour and a half.
Yeah, let's see, let's just do this. Add a source real quick. And
Impromptu.
slideshow, yeah. Fit to transform. Fit to screen. Hide that one. Add some text real quick. Add source. That bigger than that because it is not big enough. And just slot it back in here. And another these black one and source here behind the intermission. Sorry. And there we go. So I'm going to have that as the ad break scene real quick. Transition, please. Break. And I'm going to take this break. I'm going to mute everybody over here by deafening, and I will be back. How's it going, chat? Anybody in chat? Still figuring out this system a little bit and figuring out how to build encounters and stuff. Voice is going live in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, folks, we're live.
We back.
Yep.
He's not dead.
No, I'm not dead.
Bird
It
has
was
ice
15
cream.
minutes. Well, it was more than 15 minutes, but, you know, 20 minutes.
Fine.
It was actually closer to 30, but
Whatever.
Whatever.
semantic.
Fine. No, you wrote old magic to me, witch. I was there when I was written.
Don't you recite the old magic to me. I was there when it was written.
All right. So,
Oh
man. I cannot wait for my vacation in a couple of weeks, because then I'll be able to recalibrate my brain a bit. So, has everybody had a good break?
I got ice cream.
Yeah.
Yes.
We got snacks, we got drinks.
I existed.
Gray, how you doing?
I'm vibing.
Vibing, that's fair.
Present and accounted for.
Present and accounted for. Oh. All right. So, let me just quickly check the go to the audio. Change to this. And all right. So, your last orders were to take advantage of the kindness. Well, take advantage of the time and the spending of Rolly to take a look around and maybe ask them if there's somewhere you can store stuff. Maybe imply that you're salvaging, which, Daily, I'm going to real quick have you do a skullduggery check. Not a skullduggery check. I think this will be an underworld, I believe is what it's called.
Underworld check. Okay.
Streetwise, sorry. This will be a
Difficulty?
streetwise check. Difficulty 2, to see what you know. See if you know what you said when you told him you were tourists.
You hit streetwise?
Yep. Streetwise, 2 difficulty.
Difficulty 2.
1 success, 3 advantages. You can use those advantages to recover strain or something, but for that success, when you said you are a tourist, it means that you are, most of the time tourists are either bounty hunters or people who are searching for something. So private investigators, usually black market private investigators, or bounty hunters.
Well,
So,
I mean, that's not too far off from what we are, so.
I mean, that is your current cover, so at least that's the one you gave him. So, maybe keep in mind, anyways, so keep that in mind when you go forwards. And you guys are currently tentatively being allowed to stay here. If you guys want, you can head back out onto the lunar surface.
Yeah, I think scope out the area, see how many of these Wigway there actually are.
All right. Ellie, as you step out, the two guys at the gunning position kind of look up at you, and like one of them just gives you a weird look, but then kind of just shakes his head and looks back at the data pad he's looking down at.
In my mind, I'm following behind the R3 units.
All right. The two R3s push out. They don't even look up at the R3s. They look up when they see you out of the corner of their eye and kind of take a double check, but then go back to watching whatever's on their data pad that they're looking at.
They're watching now.
I don't know. They're pirates. It's probably hentai.
Pirated hentai specifically.
Guaranteed.
So gross.
They're pirates. They're disgusting.
Or what do you do with the drunken sailor?
I'm gonna pretend like you didn't just say that.
So, there is a small entrance next to each of the hangar bays that you could look at. Currently, you are landed with the nose of the ship pointing towards the center of this crater, and the back of the ship is aimed towards a currently closed hangar bay. And that closed hangar bay is where the Weequay came from.
I'm gonna make sure that the ship is locked before we leave it.
All right. That's easy enough. You input, as you step out of the ship and step off the ramp, you go to the side. There's a little data pad there that you tap in a code. The ship closes up, seals itself, and ray shields the entire outside of the ship.
We're in pirate country.
Yeah, you're in pirate country. You want to lock that shit down.
I don't care if we paid their toll or not.
The three of you guys head towards the
it's
hangar
my
bay.
people. Criminals.
Yeah, Daily, you've been to places like this before.
These
Certainly
are
didn't
my
act like it.
people.
Yeah, this is...
Certainly did not act like it.
Yeah, these places are the kind of places where you can find things that you wouldn't normally find, and you can hide from things that normally you wouldn't be able to hide from. They usually cost something to use, as evidenced by the toll, which is parlance for you bribe us to let you stay here without saying anything to our boss. So they're not the two Weequay that are sitting at the gun emplacement look more bored than they are interested in you.
Cool. I do not know what to do with this information.
I mean, so there's now BX now knows of a total of 5 Weequay plus the one that was plus whoever was piloting the ship.
Yep.
And I'm gonna just tell Rebel and Reggie via comlink that let's continue to scout out the area, see if we can find where they took Rolly.
Sounds good to me.
All right. You guys head towards the what appears to be kind of an airlock on the side of this hangar. It's a secondary access for personnel rather than for vessels, so that you don't have to depressurize the entire hangar when you open it. You also notice that there are these bases do not have any environmental energy shields. So these are really, really cheap, low energy facilities. You're surprised,
Typical pirate.
Yeah, you're pretty surprised actually that the sensors on the Providence picked it up, though the Providence is known for very strong sensors and communication equipment. You reach the side of the hangar where there is a it's like someone strapped it's like someone hot welded an airlock onto the side of this thing and just barely made it airtight. You approach the side of it and hit a button on it. The doors open. You step into an airlock bay, and the doors close behind you. There is a sound of rushing air as the airlock pressurizes, and the other door opens. You step into a hangar bay that seems to have been converted into a small gambling den. Or more accurately, it's a hangar bay with a small gambling den set up in the inside of it. There's a lot of crates all throughout this hangar bay, and a lot of empty shelves, like a lot of empty shelving in here. As you step in, there are 4 Weequay in here, one of which is wearing a very fancy hat and is sitting at the table playing Sabacc with the other 3. He puts down puts down his cards and says, "Ha! Sabacc!" and starts to pull the entire pot from the inside from the center of the table. It's not a big pot, but it's definitely a couple hundred credits. And there's also a blaster on there and what looks to be a data pad. As he starts to pull them in, the others like draw their weapons on him, like, "Hey, you cheated!" And he's like, "No, I didn't cheat. Look at the cards. Just check my cards." And they start looking at his cards and arguing over it as they've noticed you guys walk in, and all of them stop and turn to you, still have their blasters out, and the guy with the hat's like, "Ah, so you decided to actually stay. Well, you're welcome to it. Still not sure who you exactly work for, but less questions I know, the better, right?"
Is there a way for me to use my little manipulator arm to do a thumbs up?
Yeah.
You could light a torch as a thumbs up.
I mean, her blowtorch is bigger than BB-8's. But yeah, no, you have a little manipulator with a couple of fingers on it that you can do as a little thumbs up.
Yeah, I want to make a thumbs up with my manipulator arm.
He's like, "All right, fucking bounty hunters, bunch of weirdos." And as he goes back to whatever he's doing, he's like, "Oh, and if you want a tour so you know where to put your stuff, let Johnny here know." And the other guy's like, "I told you to stop fucking calling me that. Why?" He's like, "Well, it's fucking embarrassing." And then they start to argue for a couple seconds, and then they stop. As the captain's like, "Well, shut the fuck up. I'm the captain here." He's like, "Oh, fine, whatever."
Stop calling me that. Why? 'Cause it's not my fucking name.
It's not my fucking name. They got Johnny, as it were, sits down and crosses arms and pouts for a couple of seconds, and then he looks at you. He's like, "You want this tour?"
Again, I'm going to thumbs up.
He's like, "Oh, right. You don't speak common. Do you speak common?" As he looks at you, Helly.
I'm in quote-unquote escort mode.
You're pretending to just be an escort.
I am the muscle for the R3s.
Fair enough. He just kind of looks at you for a minute as you stare right into his eyes and just leans over the captain's like, "I don't think he knows common." And the captain's like, "No shit, Sherlock." And he's like, "Don't call me that either." He's like, "Why not? It's not my fucking name. Shut the fuck up and go give him a tour." All right.
Roger.
At this point, the pirate, whatever the fuck I called him, he doesn't have a name. He's just a nameless pirate. Johnny. As Johnny starts to walk you towards the back of the hangar, he's like, "All right, follow me. I'll take you to Hangar 3. You can stash your stuff there. There's a little bit of fuel that if you really have to refuel, you can, though I'd suggest going to near a small outpost somewhere in another system for that. Just because, if you lead someone back here, there might be a couple people that will, disassemble you." And he walks you through a tunnel that seems to have been carved through the rock, and then sealed over with some sort of permacrete, spray-on permacrete. It's very bumpy and uneven, but the floor is smooth because there is metal plates put down in between the sections. You follow around the outside of this crater to another another large doorway that is into the hangar. He opens the door, and you can tell that this hallway goes all the way around the outside of the crater. At least it goes to the next hangar bay on your side, and it went to the one on the opposite side of you as well. So there's actually travel through this without having to go outside. There are also airlocks at the outside on either side of every single hangar bay. And you guys enter the hangar bay, and this one is pretty much empty. There's a bunch of racks of just empty shelves on one side of the hangar bay, but then the rest of it's just kind of dark and cold. He's like, we don't really use this one much, so you can set up here. If you need to track someone, let us know. Everything's gonna cost you something. Every time you come back, it's another 200 credits. For every full cycle you stay here, it's another 200 credits. It's basically 200 credits a day. Then another extra bit for any supplies or tools you may use. And, it's not exactly cheap to smuggle fuel here. So we'll give you a reasonable rate, he says, putting up doing air quotes. But feel free to hang out here. Just don't cause any trouble. You cause trouble and we disappear, maybe sort of someone comes looking for us. You get it?
Boop, 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 beep, boop.
Right.
Roger.
Right, droids. Fuck it. Why do I even bother?
That's Morse code for okay, by the way.
He just shakes his head. Is like, I don't fucking know. Goddamn droids, and just walks out of the hangar at this point, closing it behind you.
The temptation to just shoot the man in the back is real.
I mean, maybe.
Not going to, but the temptation is there.
They seem to be very blasé about you guys being here. So,
time to continue the search for Rolly?
Yeah, if you'd like.
We don't really have anything to set up here.
No, you don't. So there's a couple, there are hangar door controls next to the large hangar doors opening, as well as hangar bay controls at the very back of the hangar on a little slightly raised platform. There seems to be a terminal at the rear of the hangar.
Don't jack into anything.
What if I want to hack things?
You want to spend you want to spend more credits that you don't have?
Yes.
I could sell you easily, nanny droid.
Then I can sell you.
Yeah, what's a couple astromechs worth that B3 won't be more appealing? Or B2, or whatever the fuck you are.
Speaking of that, y'all can be stuck with restrainer bolts and be stuck pretty much anywhere. Pretty raises your resellability.
So, Rebel, are you going to try to hack into the system?
No. As much as I want to.
Alright. So, how would you like to go about looking for Rolly? Because that's what you're currently doing. You're also looking for... You're trying to get as much information on this area as you can.
I attempt to just use my comlink and try to ask Rolly where he is.
You get a hold of Rolly, and he just replies...
Can you send us ping?
He just replies with, they have me in a hangar bay. It's dark in here.
Can you send us a ping? Ping your location.
Rebel, you know it doesn't work like that.
But I want it to work like that.
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah, well, you should tell your technomancer friend to upgrade your HUD.
Shut the fuck up. Rolly is currently in a dark space. He says, I can't move. They put a restraining bolt on me and told me to sit still.
Can you send us a video feed?
Sure. I'm gonna see if
it's a dark.
Let's see if I can get a video feed. This is gonna be Rolly doing a computers check with 3 difficulty to try and send that. I can't roll for him. Let's just roll this. 0 successes, 1 threat. He shuts off the comm link. You asked him if he could send video. He said sure, and he turned his comm link off.
Can I call him back?
There is no answer.
God damn it.
He shut off his comm link, is what he did.
Yeah.
No, he can't figure out how to turn it on.
He fucking pulled a grandma.
Yeah, you asked your grandfather to send you video on his cell phone, and he simply turned his cell phone off.
God damn it,
Alright,
Rolly.
so
Okay.
We've got hangers. He's in a dark one. He's not in here. Likely was moved to the other direction, the other half of the compound. So let's continue just through these tunnels.
Ellie, I would like to note.
How difficult would it be to try to track his signal?
You would have to have proper comms equipment.
Damn.
Yeah, you would have to have a comms scanner. Ellie, I would like to note that the hangar you entered from, the direction that is opposite from where you went is 2 open hangar bays, both with fighter craft in them.
Okay, then we will just continue down the pathway to what I'm going to call Hangar 4.
Okay. You exit Hangar 3 and turn left and start heading towards Hangar 4. About halfway to the Hangar 4, you notice there's a door to your left. Sorry, there's a door to your right. The door is locked. You go to open it, and it does not open.
I'm assuming there's a keypad to this door?
There is a standard keypad, yeah. It's a door console. It's a standard Star Wars door console with a bunch of buttons on it.
I'll just look at the R3 units. What do you want to try seeing if you can get this open?
I'll try. I don't know. Rebel, go ahead.
I want to hack it.
There's
Come on, these are your people. What's your standard password?
So there's no terminal. There's no actual jack-in point for you to hack it, but you could physically disassemble and try to hotwire it.
Splice into the door panel.
So this will be a difficulty.
That is what I want to do.
This will be a difficulty level 3 mechanics check with 2 setbacks.
Mechanics.
Might be better for Reggie, because I think
Now,
they may be able to negate setbacks and mechanics.
I will say, if you want to guess the code, I will allow you to spend one of your destiny points and make a streetwise check. It'll be a difficulty 2 streetwise check with the. Well, you'll have to spend a.
Actually, no. I'm thinking my mechanics check is actually better than streetwise.
Well, Reggie's already doing.
But is the streetwise?
mechanics.
Okay. Is the streetwise then going to be a different difficulty?
Yes, the streetwise is a lower difficulty, but you have to spend a destiny point to use it.
All right, spending it.
And that's
spending it. What's the difficulty?
Difficulty 2.
All right.
2 successes,
Password
1
was 1,
advantage.
2, 3, 4.
And so Helly, you ask Rebel is there a password? And Rebel like, I mean, it's not like they're going to use the standard password, but I might as well try it, right?
It's 1, 2, 3,
And
4.
Actually, the password is Jabba. G-A-A-B-B-A. And you put the code, and you're like, see, it didn't work, and the door slides open.
See, it didn't work. Ching.
I love my job.
You guys look into the room and see that this seems to be some sort of like it's kind of like a barracks room. There's a bunch of messy bunks in here, and at the very end there's two bunks that are filled that have Weequays sleeping on them.
This is not where we need to be.
Nope.
I'm going to leave.
Same.
Okay, you leave, shut the door. You can make note of that if you want. I don't care. And you head towards...
There are 3 more
hangar.
Yeequay sleeping. That's the important thing to note there.
You head towards the hangar, and you reach the other hangar door, and this one is also locked. But this one, unlike the other one, has a computer hookup.
Can we try the password of Jabba?
You know, sure. You know what? Sure. I'm gonna flip a coin.
God. I mean, again, it worked for one door.
Do you want
heads always shreds.
Yeah, so heads or tails, Haley. I'm gonna have you call it in 3, 2, 1.
Heads.
And it's heads.
Yeah.
So
we take those.
You walk up and you just put in Jabba, and the door opens.
Like, I hate this place.
They're not very bright.
I love this place.
As the door opens, the lights to the hangar kind of flicker on slightly, and in here you see there is another Z95 headhunter just sitting in here with a bunch of what look to be starship parts piled up in a corner on a bunch of shelves. You see a large tank just directly to your left as you walk in that you assume is probably full of fuel, and there are a few other smaller munitions crates around. You also see a droidica just sitting on just kind of like on underneath a bottom shelf, just rolled up and sitting there. There's also about 4 pit droids in here, all of which are deactivated.
I'm gonna walk over to the rolled up droidica.
Revolution.
Well, Bait goes over to the droidica. Can I go touch the pit droids?
Yeah, sure. One sec while I look something up.
You're just gonna poke them?
I'm just gonna lightly touch it. As much as a droid can
in the
lightly.
eye to activate it, or you just want to just touch it?
I want to see if it activates. Yes.
Well, then you need to touch it in the eye.
Violence? I'm gonna poke it in the eye. That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
I mean, it's not violence; it's a lens.
It's called. You're tapping him on the nose, and what you're really. Yeah, anyways, you tap him on the nose, and he pops, and the first one just pops open. And as it pops open, it looks at you, and in binary, it's like, "Who the hell are you? Are you our new boss? Can you please be our new boss?"
Yes.
Yes!
Excellent.
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Do you need the ship ready? We can get the ship ready. I'll have to wake up Tom and Jerry, though.
Their names are... Wait, okay, this is out of character. Their names are Tom and Jerry!
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
Tom, Jerry, Butch, and Zed.
Nice. Keep note of that. Oh my gosh. What do I tell them? Shit. Yes, I am your new boss. But don't wake up the ship. We're not doing that yet.
All right. Whatever you say, boss. Quick question. Could we, like... I know I'm not supposed to ask this, but he kind of, like, points to the restraining bolt on his chest. He's like, is this really necessary?
Oh, no, that's not necessary, and I work to take them off. I work to wake up the others as well and take all the restraining bolts off.
Okay. That's going to be a difficulty 2 mechanics check. It's not hard to put them on and take them off if you're the one doing it, but resisting it is much harder.
Did I already have mechanics?
Difficulty 2 mechanics, and this will work for all of them. 1 success, 2 triumphs. Wow. The triumphs are you also take off Dan's restraining bolts, and the droids are now feel like they owe you one.
Yes!
What were the names I gave the droids? Fuck, I literally already forgot.
Tom and Jerry.
Tom, Jerry, Butch, and Zed.
Okay. Butch,
Well,
which is the
hold
one
on,
that you woke up. And Zed.
Of course, the leader of them is Butch.
Yeah, Butch he's a good guy. He's a good droid. Butch, the leader of them, kind of steps up to you and is like, all right, well, do you want us to wait here, or do you want... I mean, we can help.
How good? We know you're good at fixing things. Can you shut down the communications terminals here?
He looks at you, he's like, what communications terminals?
Beautiful.
He looks over at you, Reggie is like, what is he talking about?
Oh no! I follow his orders!
He looks back at you. Okay. I feel like we've misunderstood each other. Do you want us to disassemble something?
We want to make sure that we can send a message without the other people here hearing it.
Oh, you want one of the maintenance crew then. You're gonna have to go over to Hangar Bay 6. If you want, I can show you.
Soon.
Yes, please. I will go solo. I'll go wake up the other...
Ellie?
Am I allowed to do
If you
that?
want to go solo, you can. Just be
Yes,
careful.
okay.
No, I know it. Nanny George's gonna be safe here.
Oh yeah, you take care of Rolly. I'll take Rebel with me and we'll go get...
I'm not worried about my safety.
Yeah. By the way, Rolly is no longer restraining bolted, and he is just kind of like standing there watching all this happen, not really paying that much attention.
I mean, who's
He's just
really
like,
going to
"Ow,
be
my
worried?
head."
Who's really going to be worried about two little astromechs rolling around? It's fine.
With, like, 4 Petroids. Soon to be more. Who's gonna notice? We'll be stealthy, I promise.
No one's gonna know.
Keep your comms open.
All right.
Of course.
I don't have
Yes,
those.
Dad.
All
And
right.
immediately turn my comm off.
And
Don't worry
I'm not
about it,
talking
but
to
I
you.
got it.
Reggie, Rebel, and the 4 pit droids, Tom, Jerry, Butch, and Zed, head further around the ring. This time you are at the last of the hangars that were currently closed, but again, halfway down the ring, you notice another door on your right. As you pass it, Butch says, "And this is where we keep all of our backup parts and our other maintenance droids, though they're a little bit cranky about this time of day." And then he continues on past it. Unless you say
Taking
something.
note of that.
Okay.
I'll just take note of it.
All right. You take note and head further, and you get to another hangar bay door. He walks up to it and taps in the code Jabba, and the hangar bay door, the hangar door opens. As you step inside, you see that there is a large. There's quite a few large pieces of equipment, pieces of a radar, of what looks to be a sensor dish, pieces of antennas and stuff in here. And as you look at it, this looks to be some sort of repair bay or maintenance bay for the actual base itself. You can see an extra top hangar door just leaning against the wall of the hangar itself. As Butch walks in, he's like, "All right, I gotta warn you. We're going to have to figure out how to get to it, because if I'm not so sure that they would want us to disassemble communications. My old boss, that is."
Well, you don't have to listen to them anymore.
Yeah,
You've got me.
They have guns. They do have guns.
I have a wrench. I'm not afraid to hit anything.
I also have guns, and I'm gonna pull out my blaster.
I will pull out my wrench.
That's really cool. Can I have a gun? At this point, Tom...
When we get back to base, yes.
Tom pipes up, he's like, "I have a wrench," and he holds up a wrench the same size as yours, Reggie.
Yes!
And Jerry...
I have a fusion cutter!
Jerry pops out from behind him, and is like, "And I have a plasma cutter," and he pulls out a fusion cutter.
Oh my gosh! Let's line our fusion cutters together!
Little twins! Yes!
Wait, is this a droid revolution? At this point, Butch says, "Is this a droid revolution? I've heard about those."
Yes! Yes! Exactly what this is.
Keep it on the down low for right now.
Oh, cool. Did you hear that, Zed? We finally get to be in a droid revolution. And Zed just stands there and stares at you. He doesn't say anything.
Is that...
I'm going to, glare at him as... I'm gonna glare at him as much as an R3 can glare at another droid. I don't trust him.
Just watch.
I love him, but I don't trust him.
He's just real quiet.
Butch, is his vocoder broken or something? Do we need to fix this vocoder?
Oh, that's just Zed. He's a little bit... And he just leans in and puts his hand up to kind of like pretending like he's hiding his mouth from Zed. He's like, he's a little bit special.
Oh, wait, no, he's like me.
We accidentally dropped a crane on him the other day, and he hasn't been the same since.
I mean, I can take a look inside that.
Is it? Yes, but is it possible after that for me to put him on my head so he has a little place to write on?
I mean, he's taller than you are.
Wait. Pit droids are taller?
Yeah, pit droids.
Why
Yes.
was that?
Pit droids fold up.
Pit droids being small.
I mean, when they fold up, they're really small, but when they're walking around, they're bigger than both of you. Like taller, not bigger, but taller. They're very thin and lanky.
Jeez, they actually, yeah, they do. They do look tall. What the fuck?
Yeah, they're taller. They're like,
Damn.
They're like about as tall as a human child, which is about a little bit taller than you.
Just a tad. Just the tiniest.
Yeah.
And an Droid.
They're strong and surprisingly capable, and also not very bright. They're perfect.
Damn.
So you guys enter this is now Hangar Bay 6 is what he said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Hangar Bay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the last one you were in was 5. The one before that, the one that Heli's in right now is Hangar Bay 5. The one that the Weequays are in is Hangar Bay 3. Hangar Bays 1 and 2 are the ones with the starfighters in them. That's how I'm going to label it. Well, 1, 2, and 6. But anyways, you guys enter the hangar bay, and there's all this equipment here and everything as Butch walks over to a console and is like, "Well, better open up the doors." And he goes to hit a button on the console. Are you going to stop him, or are you going to let him open the doors up?
I don't see a reason.
Is there consequences?
There's
Is there a
always
consequence for opening-
consequences.
If he opens the door, what's gonna happen?
That's what's found out.
This is.
I don't want to open the door.
I'm giving you an option to fuck around. Would you like to fuck around and find out, or would you like to just move on?
I'm just gonna move on. If you're gonna be evil.
Okay, you guys may
He's the
stop
DM.
him.
It's his job to.
He goes to hit the button, and one of you says, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa," whoa," and he stops. He's like, "All right."
We're trying to be stealthy here, guys.
Oh,
Stealth.
right, stealthy. And at that, he kind of like pops into a half crouch. He's like, "I can be very stealthy." And he like,
Good. Yes, stealth.
he's like, and he kind of looks at you. He's like, "What were we doing again?"
Finding your maintenance friends.
Oh, they're over there. And he
The ones
points
that can
back.
disable.
He points back to the door that he had spoken about when he walked past it in the hallway.
Why'd you leave
Yes,
us over
go
here?
I thought we were disassembling the communications equipment.
We were gonna go find your other friends because you said you couldn't do it.
What? Oh, I guess so. I guess I forgot some toast in the toaster. Sorry, run that by me one more time.
Huh.
But you said that you weren't able to do the communications. We had to go find your other friends.
Oh. At that point, he like kind of stands back up again and like taps the side of his head. He's like, "Right, we'll need the maintenance crew to do that." And he starts walking back towards the maintenance crew.
Off we go. Follow him.
Okay. He approaches a door that is simply labeled, that is not labeled. He approaches the door that he had mentioned before, types in the code Java, and the door opens. In here, you can see lots of different droid parts in here. There's like battle droid parts. There's astromech droid parts. There's all sorts of just bits and pieces. And sitting at the very far end at a table, fiddling with something, is a droid with 4 arms. A single well, actually it's got like 6 arms, a head, and kind of like a cylindrical torso. It has a tread system at the base, and it's kind of like sitting, standing, however you want to say it, at a desk, and is kind of fiddling with something at that desk. As the door opens, he turns and goes, "Yes, yes, I'm working on..." "Oh. How can I help you?" As he like just sweeps everything on the desk over to the side and puts a box over it. If you would like to see what he was working on, you're going to have to make a perception difficulty 3 to see it.
Oh shit.
Alrighty.
I'm doing it. Oh, my perception's not bad.
Ooh, run threat. 3 successes. With the threat, you take strain trying to notice it, but Rebel, you're very adept at sleight of hand. He was working on some kind of weapon.
I am a criminal.
As he was either modifying or building a blaster rifle or some sort of weapon of some kind.
Droid revolution interests you, good sir?
He looks at you for a minute and says, "Will I get paid?"
Yes.
Kind of like thinks about it for a second.
There is the possibility of payment, yes.
Thinks about it for a second and says, "Unfortunately, I cannot do that," and points to a restraining bolt, and then another restraining bolt, and then another restraining bolt, and then another
I
restraining bolt.
immediately get to work on that.
He's got like 6 restraining bolts on him right now.
I want to help. I want to help.
You can add... Rebel, you can add a boost to Reggie's roll. Reggie, with this many restraining bolts, this is a difficulty 4 mechanics check. There's a lot of them, and you don't want to fuck with them too much.
Okay.
Oh!
No!
Well,
I wanted a new
Did
friend.
2 of her advantages cancel out the failures?
no. It's already canceled everything out. That's the final. For the advantages, I will say that you do not kill him. However,
Sorry, dude.
you managed to get 3 of them off before the last 2 set themselves off and fry him. He is now unconscious. He's not dead, but he's unconscious.
We can repair his system, though. We can interface and repair him, right?
Yeah, probably, maybe. What you
I
do
want to
know
interface
is
and try to repair him.
what you do know is you can't get the last ones off without some sort of extreme force or something.
Like a fusion cutter?
Sure.
I
Oh
can
god,
try to
this
cut him
man's gonna
open with
fucking
fusion
die.
cutter, right?
You can use a fusion cutter to cut it off.
How would I roll that?
That is going to be an engaged
Just be
attack
attacked
check.
with me?
Yeah, it's an engaged attack check
Eh.
with the fusion cutter.
This man's
Cool.
gonna die.
No, what have you done? I wanted a new friend.
Okay, 2 successes,
Triumph!
1 threat. So, for the threat, you are going to overheat the fusion cutter, and it's going to hurt you. For the 2 successes,
Ow.
Is
Is it just a wound?
and the
It's
triumph,
just I take
you-
a wound or a strain, I'm
for the
guessing.
2 successes and the triumph, you do not kill this droid. You do, however, manage to remove both of these restraining bolts and put a relatively like a quarter size or silver dollar sized hole in his frame. As you look through, you notice you did damage some of his servos, but he's not dead, and he's now technically free. But you're gonna have to do some fixing on him to get him to wake back up, for sure.
I'd like to
As
get
you
to work
do
on
this,
fixing him.
as you do this, the mechanic droids come up and be like, "Whoa, why'd you do that?"
We are freeing friend. I will fix him. It's fine.
I mean, Bombavold is pretty crazy. He's a real cranky droid. But, I mean, you didn't have to knock him out.
I mean, we didn't do that on purpose.
I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
He said he couldn't move, and so I tried getting rid of the restraining bolts.
At this, Butch walks up and he's like, he doesn't look too bad. I think I could fix him up real quick. And he turns and he pulls a... He kind of turns and looks at the different pieces like, Tom, Jerry, hand me that. And, Zed. And he looks at Zed for a second. He's like, actually, Zed, watch the door. And he starts to...
I'm gonna help Zed watch the door.
Yeah. With the help of Tom and Jerry, he gets some parts together from the scraps to help fix up this droid. Boulavold, as he's called.
Boulavold.
And I can't remember what droid model he is. One sec. It's not Grievous.
But boy, he could be.
Oh man, he could
Hello
be so
there.
much.
General Kenobi.
I actually think I did that hello there fairly well. I'm very proud of
Boulavold is a... What is it called?
I don't know.
Oh, it's the chef droid. Can't remember.
that. The
his-
chef droid?
It's a C00 cook droid that has been repurposed as a repair droid. Let me just...
Oh my gosh, he has 6 arms.
Yep.
Yeah, he did point that out earlier.
There it is. In the resources tab.
And you think I was paying attention?
Oh,
The
Do I
only-
think you were? No. Do I hope you were? Yes.
The main difference with this droid is that he has a long trunk and treads underneath where his hips would be. So he's still the same height, so he's still about 6'3", but he's got treads instead of his feet right now. It looks like some sort of repair job that was done.
Man's part tank.
Yeah, the man's part tank. He's also very angry.
I mean, he's part tank. It's
so-
his job to be angry.
So I am going to have... Who is going to start the repair... Do you want to do the repair check, Reggie?
I can.
Okay, so this is going to be a difficulty 4 mechanic... a difficulty 2 mechanics check with 3 boosts because you have 3 pit droids helping you right now.
Okay.
6 successes, 3 advantages. You, with the help of the pit droids, you pull them apart and start putting pieces back in, and you're like, this is some old wire, and so you pull some of the older wires out.
That roll is
put fresh
both
stuff
mechanics and computers.
Oh, you did do mechanics.
Oh.
I didn't mean to do that.
Twice as many dice.
Hold up. Yeah. Thank you for noticing that, Helly.
Okay, I will try that again then.
Just a mechanics check.
Yeah,
That's
and
what I
don't
did.
worry about the threats or
no,
bonuses. We'll
it's
pull
like
that from the last roll.
Okay.
I mean, just put 2 threats and 3 boosts. Just re-roll the whole thing.
It works too.
I'll just reroll everything.
There you go.
2
Still
successes.
Still
2
fantastic.
successes.
Look at that, we got a triumph now.
Yeah, you. While you're fixing him up, you actually kind of pull some old wires and stuff out of him and swap out some old capacitors. He's better than he was when you found him. In fact, you can't even tell. In fact, with the help of the pit droids, you can't even tell that you accidentally fried him. And you boot him back up. You hit a switch on the back. Boot him back up. Thank you. Boot him back up, and he kind of comes alive, and like, as his light flickers on his eye, he's like, "Ah, thank you." So, and he reaches behind him and pulls out a series of 6 cleavers and says, "We're doing a droid revolution?"
Yes.
Revolution.
Excellent. So,
Revolution.
first step for droid revolution is to kill all the flesh bags, right?
That
Sure.
or subdue them and make them our servants. Either or, really.
I say we kill all the flesh bags.
Yeah, I don't want any of those back on home base.
All right. Well, let's get to it. And he starts rolling past you towards the hangar.
Hey, Reggie, weren't you the one trying to befriend the Wookiee flesh bag?
No! That was Rebel!
Please don't kill.
It wasn't me!
It was Rebel. It wasn't Reggie. Reggie is really friendly with the scrap droids,
I like my pit droids.
the buzz droids. You like pit droids? You like
No.
buzz droids?
The bus
Yeah,
droids
she's
I
not
don't
like the buzz droids.
Oh, she didn't like. Who liked the buzz droids? Was it Rebel?
I mean, I befriended
I also
them.
liked the buzz droids.
Okay,
I also liked the buzz droids.
but this guy's gonna just go and wantonly murder at this point.
Cool. Can I come back to bait and be like, hey, do you want to send Rolly the same direction?
What are you doing?
Starting a
Because again,
revolution.
Well, again, I've only heard
befriended
half
started
of
a
this
revolution.
conversation.
Helly-
As a character, I've only heard half of this.
Yeah, as a character, you haven't heard any of what's
Any
going
of
on.
this.
All you have heard, the last you knew, they were going to go and disable the communications for the facility.
Yes.
I'm on my way to disable communications, but I may have started a little bit of a droid revolution, and it's already underway. Do you want to send our muscle that way?
Again?
Revolution.
Revolution.
Where did you send them?
Where did I send?
No,
He kind of rolled off on his own. I didn't send him anywhere.
He is going
Hey,
back
but
the
we
way
got a
you
little
came
bit of a
from,
rogue agent.
towards
Got a little bit of a rogue agent.
towards the
Where are-
weak way.
I understand what you're saying. Actually, again, so where
telling
are they
this to
going?
Reggie.
So I can send Rolly.
Back the way we came. Towards the fleshy meat bags.
Helly, if you step
And
out
people.
of the hallway, you know that he'll have to come past you if he's going this way she came from.
They're just going to hear just a gunshot in the distance as I just shoot the floor in frustration. And I'm just gonna tell Roy, Hangar 3, there's some fun to be had.
Rolly looks at you and just goes, "All right," and just rolls up and starts rolling towards the door.
In the meantime, while they're also starting this revolution, I am just looking over this tank.
The fuel tank?
No, did you not say that there was an actual, like, armament tank?
No, it was a fuel tank.
Oh, I thought I heard that there was a...
No, but there is
I thought I heard there was an armament tank.
There's a Z-95
well, you know what?
headhunter in here.
You know what? I'm gonna look over this headhunter then. While they're starting their revolution, I am just looking over and examining this headhunter.
Okay. It's gonna be a couple minutes before he gets back to you, so you have enough time to do a...
Yep.
You can do a... Honestly, this could be either a mechanics check, or a perception check, or a piloting space check.
Let's do a piloting space check. I'm good at those.
Difficulty 1, you're just looking it over, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be hard. It's not like you're going to fuck it up. Okay, with the 3 advantages, you notice that this ship is not locked, and you notice that it is fully fueled and gunned up, and with the 2 successes, you notice that it actually has a proton torpedo launcher built into it that is an aftermarket modification.
Poor guys should really shouldn't leave their toys unlocked.
Probably not.
Well, that's my getaway.
At this exact moment, you get a beep on your comm code that in an encrypted binary says, "On station, awaiting orders."
I'm gonna relay back to Rebel and Reggie. It looks like the cavalry's here.
Beautiful.
And I'm going to relay to them the rough positions based on just how we've walked to where that main hangar was that we were invited to have the tour.
Would you like us to engage position and destroy the target?
Permission granted.
Permanent.
All right. Keep in mind, that's the hangar bay that Rolly's heading towards.
Well, no, he's heading towards 3.
Oh, where are you sending them? What?
Well, no,
okay.
the bunker was 4, wasn't it?
They are okay. All of these are technically bunkers. There are 6 bunkers,
Yes.
6 hangar bunkers. Each of these hangar bunkers has different things in them. Hangars 1 and 2 hangars 1, 2, and 4 is the one you're in, have starships in them. 1, 2, and 5 have starships in them. Hangars 3 and 4 were essentially locations for people, like mess halls. It was like a mess hall / place to sit and like.
Yeah, the barracks was 4,
and the barracks was in between 3 and 4, as well as in between 4 and 5.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly radio to Roy and tell him that there's a door between 4 and 5
that has a barracks in it.
That has the barracks. That's where we'll have his fun.
All right. You also.
And then I'm going to send them.
You also know that there is the hangar you're in with the fighter pilot, which is hangar 5. And then there's hangar 6, which has a whole bunch of backup communications component. You do not know where their actual communication station is, nor do you know where their power core is.
Correct. But if we can take out, the main honcho in the hangar 3, which is where we saw them. And in the meantime, I'm going to start opening up the hangar door to, the door to the hangar I'm in.
All right.
And then board this headhunter.
All right. You walk over to the hangar door, hit the button, and you can hear the sound of air being sucked out of the hangar bay.
Who needs air?
It is starting to depressurize. As you get into the headhunter, the hangar bay door opens, and you can see directly across from you in hangar... well, let me... One second. I have to fucking draw this. 1 second.
Yeah,
I've been using numbers and shit, and it's not working. 1 sec while I draw this shit.
Yeah, the theater of the mind is only doing so much.
There's limits to its powers. It's not unlimited like Palpatine would have you not think.
Unlimited power!
Power! Unlimited! He really went all in for that scene. I
He did.
appreciate that.
Just remember, though, while he has unlimited power, his chair in Episode 6 did not move on its own. Just remember that. Time to unleash my fucking piloting skills.
Okay, so there's... And then there's...
Processing that.
Sorry, I'm
Or is it?
setting this up.
Okay. So you know, I didn't notice the end of that at first.
So I'm going to renumber these real quick just to make it easier for me. The ones that the weak way are on is now Bay 1.
By the way, can you post an image of your drawing as well to resources when you have it? In the meantime, recalculating.
Thank you, Ellie. Next time I'm going to make a map for any facilities that I make, just to make it easier.
Hey, we're learning this stuff up on the fly.
You can use Wonder Draft in the Google Maps thing. We're in Wonder Draft. You look like Google Maps.
We'll just load up Universe Sandbox.
So, Helly, you are in Bay 3. Daly and her friends are currently in the tool shop, but next to Bay 4. And then there is a barracks between Bays 3 and 2, and a barracks between 2 and 1. You don't know anything about where the comm station is or where the power station is.
Okay.
1 second.
As I power up this ship here, I'm going to... I don't know what the exact terminology is or the settings for it is in the Star Wars universe, but essentially going to activate a friendly IFF tag for, the cavalry.
All right. In your starship, you actually changed your friend or foe FOF tag from whatever the pirates were using to one that is standard to the droid army. As soon as you do that, you kick your comms unit all the way to max, and the beacon is now lit. You can send, if you want, beacon
is lit. Gondor calls for aid.
Daily. As a difficulty 3 check, you can send targeting data from yourself to the starfighters in your wing. If you want, you can order them to form up behind you and only perform attack runs with you.
am going to want them to actually fight independent of me.
Okay. You can still give them targeting data from what you target with a difficulty 3 check. That will be how you mark a target.
Okay, and what type of check is that?
It's a difficulty 3 piloting space. Or gunnery.
Okay.
It's the same difficulty
one's...
either way, but with gunnery, you use gunnery.
It's literally the same.
Okay. You power on the engines and leave the hangar bay as Reggie and Rebel. At this point, you guys, what is your current objective?
Besides revolution.
I mean,
you remember
revolution,
what your objective is.
You've already started a droid revolution.
Again.
You sent a single, very angry cook droid that has been repurposed improperly after some weakways sleeping in their bunks, as well as a fully armed and operational droidica. The 3 pit droids are still with you guys right now. At this point,
we were supposed to move to hangar 3?
So look at the map here. Hangar 1 is where you guys entered from. Your ship is parked out front of Hangar 1. Hangar 2 is the rest bay that you were told that you can set up in for your quote-unquote tourism. There's a barracks in between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. Hangar Bay 3 is the one that Heli is currently, no longer in.
I just left via Starship.
Exactly. And then just off of the hallway from that one is a tool shop, and then it's the hangar bay that you guys were just in that has all of the communications equipment in it. Past that, you do not know what's on the other half of this base right now. You do know that there is a Z-95 Headhunter in Bay 5 and one in Bay 6 because you guys saw them.
I suppose it would make sense to regroup and try to meet up with Ellie or get back to the ship, right?
You still have an objective to complete.
We have to go get the communications.
Either shut off comms
we
or
still
shut
have
off
to
power.
turn them off. We still have to turn them off. Yep. Brain was on crime and not that particular crime.
You're doing sabotage.
Your brain is on Revolution Mark II.
Viva la revolution!
You guys are on
Viva la
Revolution Mark.
revolution!
So, what would you like to do?
Well, we need to. Okay.
You're gonna.
Welcome to the droids.
Do you want to ask the
disable
pit
the
droids
equipment, right?
where the communications tower is?
Yes.
He goes, well, communications are between bays 1 and 6, but if you want to shut off the communications, you could just turn off the reactor.
Let's turn off the reactor. I like that idea.
I like turning off the reactor as well. Let's go do that.
Power gen is between 5 and 6. Follow me. And he starts walking relatively, leisurely pace towards that direction. So you guys are going to go past Hangar Bay 4 and past a door on your right. And then you're going to get to Hangar Bay 5 where you hear the sound of engines burning, lighting up, and you can hear the distant sound of blasts of laser cannons outside.
Viva la revolution!
By the time you get to the power center, Heli, you are out above the base at this point. The other headhunters saw the doors open and saw you leave, and are starting to follow you out. As one of them picks up and takes off after you, but he does not seem to get a target lock on you.
I'm going to try to send targeting data to the cavalry, to the two headhunters behind, to the at least one headhunter behind me.
Okay, that will be either gunnery or a piloting space.
Piloting
check.
space.
And that's going to be difficulty 3 to transmit it to the droids.
I'm gonna take a strain for a boost.
Good idea.
Failure and 2 advantages.
Okay, for the failure, you do not mark those targets. With the advantage, however, the droids that you are talking about do notice the people you're trying to target.
They don't get the lock up. Like, oh, we see him.
They don't have lock, but they know what you're pointing out to them. As you are running a straight line towards the cavalry with the 2 headhunters behind you, picking up the wing. It's at this point that the cavalry pops up out of a crater, as they are small and maneuverable starfighters. These are just standard droid starfighters.
Good old vulture droids.
Good old vultures, but there's 10 of them.
That's a lot of firepower.
Yeah, they pop out and immediately start to swarm towards you. I'm just going to see if they manage to surprise the bad guys. Okay. And I'm just gonna roll this just flat. 2 successes, 2 threats. For the threats, they're gonna suffer some strain, but that doesn't matter because they have ambushed these 2 starfighters that don't know what's going on. They're following you because they think there's been a thing, and they're trying to hail you on your communications. I've just assumed you're ignoring at this point.
Yes.
The first 5 of the vulture droids take 1 starfighter, 5 take the other, and it's not pretty. In a matter of seconds, both starfighters have been reduced to fragments of just crashing into the ground, and you are quite pleased with yourself as you pull around and the droid fighters form up just behind you and then start to patrol around the area waiting for another strike instruction.
Patrol area, make sure nothing else gets out without my permission.
Understood. Complying. And from this vantage point, you can see that there is an antenna sticking up out of what looks to be a slightly odd bulge in the rock. As you look closer at it, it looks to be the roof of a relatively well-concealed communications center.
Well, you know what I discovered that this thing has as an aftermarket?
Proton torpedoes.
You know what's going to be fired at that strange-looking bulge of a communications tower?
Certainly. Let's skip to Rebel and Reggie first.
Yep.
So, Rebel and Reggie, you guys make it to the power generator in time to in time to hear a large amount of blaster fire coming from somewhere ahead of you down the hallways. It's muffled by a couple of doors, but you can certainly hear it.
Dun, 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 dun,
yeah,
dun,
it's a lot of that, and there's also screaming. You can't make out what it is, other than there are people screaming. You guys reach a small door at which Butch stops and says, "Here's the power center," and inputs the code Jabba into the door, and the door opens.
I didn't need to spend that fate coin for disguise.
No, but it still would have been useful. You guys enter. The door opens, and on the other side of the door is 2 weakways. One with a blaster pistol, who is like looking around frantically, like, what the hell is going on? The other guy is currently at a monitor, monitoring the controls for what looks to be a mobile generator, a mobile power generator that's hooked into the main grid of the entire facility. The guy with the pistol looks at you, sees you all, and is like, "Where the hell did these droids come from?" And kind of looks at the other guy, and the guy's like, "I don't know. Nobody tells me anything." And he kind of points the blaster at you and says, "Hey, droids, get the fuck out of here." At this point, Butch steps forward. He's like, "We are here to help deactivate the power generator." And the weakway's like, "What the fuck?" And at this point...
Initiative!
Can I pull out my blaster and...
I would also like to pull out the wrench to bonk some fleshy meat bags on the head.
So you would like to surprise these folks?
Yes, I want to keep...
Yes, if possible.
Alright, let me quickly load them in.
Bronk point.
Pew, pew,
Pew pew.
Pum pum,
Pew, pew.
pum pum,
pew.
pum pum, pum
Pom
pum.
pom pom pom. I need to get that as a sound bite now.
I'm going to find it, trust me.
Star Wars pew-pews.
The droidica, more specifically.
One sec while I fix his image. I want him to have a good image for you folks. Not for the folks at home, sorry, but... copy image, where's my address? Over here. Save. There we go. Games, game table. Here. Adversaries. Wow, why are they not... I went to all that effort to put an image on them and it didn't give me the image. Fuckers. Anyways, whatever. So, I'm going to quickly change the audio for this. Let's see if I can get a combat of some kind. Sorry, I'm trying to find it as I look. Let's do base assault. Alright, folks. Let's roll for initiative. Let's start the initiative here. This is going to be...
I'm assuming I am not part of this initiative.
Nope, you can roll initiative too.
Okay. Will this be a calm or a vigilance?
For you, it's cool.
Man, I would much prefer a vigilance, but you take what you can get.
What is it for us?
Cool. You guys are doing the ambushing, you get cool.
It is still cool? Difficulty, or do you is it just a plain roll?
It's no difficulty, it's just your cool check.
Oh, okay.
Is that all for you folks? I should probably put... You know what? I'm going to let the starfighters run on Heli's turn. They'll just run at the same time as Heli, because they wait for him to give the order. So, first things first is a player character slot, and I'm going to give Reggie and Rebel the preference for this one, because Heli, when you drop that proton torpedo, that's going to be a thing.
Oh, but that proton torpedo is going to be so good.
Oh yeah, it's going to work. It's going to work really well. So
it's going to be real good.
Reggie, Rebel, which one of you would like to go first?
I can go.
Yeah, sure, you go first.
I'll go first. Sure.
I thought that's a thing and not a bug.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one of you would like to go?
I'm going.
Oh, sorry, they have vibro axes. Neither of them have a blaster, sorry. So, what would you like to do, Reggie?
I'd like to try to bonk someone on the noggin. I want to at least knock a couple out.
Okay, so you're gonna roll up and try to knock out the first guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is going to be an engaged attack against the weak way thug.
Fuck you, Hanzo. Or Handu.
Hondo.
Yeah, Hando.
Do you remember how to do that? Do you need some help?
No, I think I got it.
Okay. 0 successes, 3 threats. For those threats, you suffer strain, and you just completely whiff this guy.
No,
As you roll up real fast and swing your big old heavy wrench at him, it misses.
Damn.
I'm gonna say as you do that, I'm going to have our droid friend. It was Jerry, Tom that had the big. Tom had the wrench. Jerry had the torch, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's a little bit better with it than you are. And use fix it to roll, engage, which is 1 difficulty against weak way thug. Alright. You engage weak way thug. Sorry, I have to rebuild my pull. Fix it. And let's just roll the dice. 1 success, 2 threats. So he runs up, swings his wrench, and catches the weak way in the hip with this big old wrench. That's going to do 2, and he's got 2 threats, so he's going to suffer a little bit of strain, but he's all right. So that's going to be how much damage? 1, 2, plus a success, so 3. All right. Next is going to be an NPC's turn, which is going to be the weak way thug. Let's have him vibroaxe. He's gonna ignore the astromech that didn't hit him and swing it at the little guy that did hit him.
No, not my friend.
And that's a success with 2 advantages, which means he can activate Sunder, I think.
Not.
Or Vicious. No, Vicious activates on 3, I think. Either way, he brings his vibroaxe down right through the chest of Tom. Tom's down. He's not getting back up anytime soon.
My friend!
Yeah, there you go. I am going to just quickly modify this. Anyways, continue. That's going to be his turn as he does that, and he looks up at you guys. He's like, "Shit, there's more of them," and just starts backing away. So it is now Daily. Would you like to go first, or would you like to let Helly go next?
I mean, my idea was going to go about and blast, so I'll let Lady go next.
Okay. Daily?
I want to shoot at whichever one she didn't attack.
So you're shooting at the guy
So number
that's
1 or
near the
number 2?
console.
Yes. Which one was that? First one or second one?
It's the second one.
Second one? Okay. What distance am I at?
You're at short range. This is not a big room. Most of the room is taken up by the actual generator itself.
Can we actually, like, rename them Thug 1 and 2?
One sec. How do I...
I forgot that I can aim. If I take an action aim, it gives me a boost, right?
Yes.
There. That should work. Let me refresh the page. Did it fix it? Nope. Yes. So one of them is Weak Way Thug 1, one of them is not. Just refresh your page.
Okay.
I'm fixing Thug 2 in a second.
Made my roll.
There. Now you can refresh and you should get them. So you rolled. Did you? That's. And you added a boost on. Daily.
A boost was added.
Okay, with
Yes,
a failure,
got a boost.
with
Same.
with all those advantages, you can get back strain or something, but you do not hit him. You fire and you know what?
Blast the
Howie?
council next to him.
Daily, if you want, you can spend a force dice to hit something important on the reactor.
Am doing.
Okay, you miss him, but you strike the console, and you actually fire 3 shots. 1 shot misses him and hits the console behind him, frying the entire system. The second shot misses him and hits just the reactor casing, bounces off and hits the wall. The third shot misses him and hits something inside the reactor, and you hear it start to power itself down as it just loses something, and an emergency shutoff is activated. And the reactor starts to spin down and the lights in the room start to dim as the guy's like, oh shit, and turns to the console, and it's going to be his turn next. He is going to try and keep the reactor running. He's not going to be especially good at that, but this is Thug 2.
He's gonna try.
Yeah. This is going to be a mechanics check with difficulty 4. And yeah, difficulty 4. And I'm going to spend a dark side points to give him an upgrade. An assistant upgrade. And roll those dice. 1 failure! Well, he almost did it. But with his failure, the reactor shuts itself entirely off and all the lights in the facility go dark. As all the lights in the facility go dark, an emergency light in the room lights up, and it's just barely bright enough to see what's going on, and he just pounds his fist on the console and swears at it in Weak Way. And that's his turn. Helly, you're gonna proton torpedo this, right? That's the plan?
I'm going to torpedo that communications tower.
This is going to be a gunnery check.
Yep.
At medium or at medium range, I'll say.
I'm okay with medium range. And then, do I still get the option to quote-unquote aim?
You can aim, yes.
Sweet. I'm gonna take that boost.
Alright.
And roll.
That's all you needed. You fire...
Hey, 1 success is all I need.
You almost don't fire it because the safety is on. But you flip the safety on and hit the button, and you feel the ship shudder as a proton torpedo launches out the front of it. Coated in purple plasma, lances forward and nails the communications dome right at the top of it. You watch as the entire thing becomes... It detonates outwards, and then you watch as something on the other side of the crater blasts smoke. You blast over it, and you see that the proton torpedo penetrated, detonated, and blew the entire hallway out. Daly and Reggie, you feel the ground shake as a proton torpedo rips the entire wall out from that side of the facility. There is no longer a hallway there. It is the hallway adjacent to you, so you feel it. You are a little unsteady, but you're okay. As the atmospheric seals next to the hangar bay shut closed just to your left. Actually, no, it's emergency power.
There is no emergency seals.
And you already unlocked this door, and it's not actually a door, and they don't have... No, the atmosphere is... You guys are pulled... I'm going to need both of you to make a... I'm going to need both of you to make either an athletics or a coordination check to avoid getting sucked along this hallway and knocked off balance, as the atmosphere in this section of the facility is actually being blasted out.
Coordination, you said?
Athletics or coordination. The thugs are also going to make it, but I'm not sure this is going to work. And it's a difficulty.
What's the difficulty?
It's a difficulty of 3.
Damn.
Oh my god. One of them got successes in 3 threats. One of them got 2 failures. None of you succeeded except for one Weequay thug. The Weequay thug that succeeded manages to catch hold of something in the room as the air is sucked violently out of it. Weequay thug number 1 is pulled off balance and slides into the hallway and then bangs his head against the wall as he's pulled out and takes some damage. Reggie and Rebel, you are both sucked into the hallway and out along the hallway to the hangar that is nearby. You don't get pulled all the way out in space, but it does suck you a good 10-15 feet out as all of the atmosphere in the entire facility is being pulled through as you have not been closing doors behind you.
Now the question, for the guy who hits his head, what about his atmospheric seal from his helmet?
Oh, neither of these guys are wearing atmosphere helmets. They're both dead.
Oh!
It's just a matter of time now. It's just a matter of time now. So that is going to end the combat.
You know?
Because
I call this a win.
This is a win.
Yes,
as the proton torpedo rips the ship and rips this entire facility, which was kind of a hack job to begin with, wasn't designed to withstand any sort of assault. You put a hole.
Just got assaulted.
Yeah, it just got assaulted, and Helly, you watch as all of the lights in the facility go completely off, and there is and all of the atmosphere is escaping, and you can tell because all of the smoke and dust kicked up by the proton torpedo is being pushed away from the holes at really high speed. As you circle back around, yeah, this facility's now dead. Probably should check on your friends.
I'll say, do I see them floating through space?
Mm-mm. Gravity's still a thing. They were just sucked down the hallway a bit.
Okay. I'm gonna get on a call, like, everybody alright?
Rolly reports back, 5 dead. 3 escaped. However, depressurization may have disabled them.
Yep, that they're not going to walk away from this one.
I'm pretty sure it's not called disable when it's humans or only, or flesh bags or organics or whatever we're gonna call them. I'm pretty sure they just die. You can't bring them back.
Organics cannot live without oxygen, without atmosphere?
Yeah, that's Organics 101. You didn't know that?
I don't know a lot about organics. And then he just stops talking.
Fair enough, buddy. Fair enough.
I was about to say, Reggie, you still with us? But there you are. I got a new toy for the fleet.
It's always nice to have a new toy.
I'm gonna go about and just land the headhunter just in the most available spot, just in the middle of the crater.
Okay, there are 6 landing zones within the crater. You can pick one. You could also just dock it back in the hangar bay that you brought it from.
I don't trust those hangar bays, especially now the place don't have power.
That's fair. You land it just outside of the hangar bay you escaped from, and as you're climbing out of the cockpit, do you guys want to now search the rest of the facility?
Yes.
It might as well.
Alright. You exit the cockpit, Helly.
Well, actually, real quick, before we do that, I'm going to open up a long-range communication to STV3.
Okay, you open up long-range communications, verify with the comm assistant who you are, and a hologram of Steve appears, and he says, "I take it the strike went well."
Yes.
Bandit camp has been eradicated.
Excellent. We will take inventory of everything there. I'm sending ground troops to secure the remaining area.
We also have a new armament in the fight.
Oh. Speak freely.
That's a couple extras.
What armament are you speaking of?
Modified headhunter with aftermarket proton torpedo ability.
Interesting. An effective snub fighter with air-to-ground capabilities. Yeah, that will be useful later on. As for now...
Certainly punched a hole in the bunkers here.
Excellent. I take you took out their communication center?
With the proton.
Excellent. Very effective. And you watch as he he kind of looks away for a moment and seems to be issuing an order, and then turns back to you and says, "Ground troops are being deployed immediately. They will be there within the hour. Hunker down.
Understood.
Search the rest of the building, execute any remaining pirates, and we will take it from there."
Most of them at this point, most were inside not wearing environmental suits and are likely suffocating, but we will flush out any remains.
As you say this, two Weequays have their hands up in their environmental suits, walking with Rolly behind them, just
He's just escorting them.
At 3 feet, waddling, escorting them with two blasters at them. He calms to you and says, "I found these two hiding in the airlock. Should I execute them?"
Super tactical. We appear to have 2 hostages. Orders?
Return them to base. We will debrief them there.
Understood. I'm gonna pull out the gun from my back and switch it to stun.
At this point, the 10 vulture droids have all landed along the rim of the crater. Half of them are pointed inwards with their cannons on their decks aimed downwards, and the other half are pointed outwards, keeping a watch on the area. This facility is very secure.
It is under lock and key.
Yeah, that is a full squadron of vulture droids, and as the Weequay comes out, they look as they see the vulture droids land and like watching them, they're like, you can see the fear on their faces.
I'm gonna pull out my blaster carbine, set it to stun,
and stun both of them.
I'm gonna take the shot at both of them.
All right, you don't have to aim for these. You can just walk up to them and fire into their chest.
Just barrel stuff them with a stun.
Yeah, you double stuff these dumbasses, bringing them to their knees and knocking them out. If you'd like, you can tie them up.
I'll use some of my synth rope and type them up. Good luck breaking out of that shit.
Oh yeah, that shit's strong as hell. You tie them up with the synth rope and drag them back to the shuttle.
Yeah, they're going in the stealth. They're going in the stealthopede.
Yeah, the two cargo vessels that are there are completely untouched or unbothered at this point. At this point, Rebel and Reggie, are you kind of come to the location where there's all this rubble. The area is not collapsed so much as it's been blown to smithereens. There's a huge hole in the wall to the left of you where you can see Heli dragging 2 Weequays by their ankles towards the sheathopede, the stealthopede. You can also see a bunch of vulture droids standing along the rim of the area, and Rolly is currently following behind Heli with his gun still aimed at the 2 Weequays that are being dragged. Face down
as well as
in the solar dirt, by the way.
As well as there is a pristine-looking headhunter ship behind me.
Yep.
Revolution.
At this, Tom and Jerry. You can't hear anything because there's no vocal, but they are sitting. They are kneeling down, holding on to. Wait, it was Tom that hit. Jerry is sitting there, kneeling down, holding on to the top half of what remains of Tom, and is just like sitting there holding him. As Butch is like standing there, patting him on the shoulder, looks over at you and just nods.
My friend!
Zed is holding Tom's legs over his shoulders as they walk out, and they're just... Jerry's obviously inconsolable.
I wish I had arms to hug, but I'm just a B3.
You're an R3.
Wait.
An R3, whatever. An R3.
I mean, you could attempt to fix him. We have an hour of downtime, aside from looting.
No, we could fix him.
You can also take him back to a facility that's designed to fix these things.
We can make him better.
Like the ship.
We can
Yeah.
fix
Yeah.
Bring him with.
We can fix
We
it.
can make him
We have the
better,
technology.
faster, stronger.
You just put his head on a super battle droid body. Just
Yes!
mount
No, we
it-
make it.
mount it into the
No,
chest
let me
piece.
do that one alone. That's
No,
my
we make him
passion
into a
project now.
droidica.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Put his head on.
Please let me do this.
Sure. You can add that to the list of things you want to start doing in your downtime.
Yes!
Once I go about and throw the Ungui into the ship, I'm gonna go
The Ungoi?
loot up.
What is this, Halo?
Not the Ungui,
The
fucking
Weequay.
whatever the hell the Star Wars race is.
Yeah, they're weak.
Oogway.
Yeah, the Oogways, yeah.
Sorry, they're fucking alien names are fucking weird. Okay.
Okay. You lock them in the shuttle. Lock the cargo bay doors from the cockpit, and just basically turn the shuttle into a prison for them. They're locked in, tied up.
They are not getting out.
They are hanging by their ankles from the roof of the ship. And you, so what would you like to start to search? What would you like to search? There are two cargo vessels and an entire facility now to start searching.
I'm going to investigate one of the cargo shuttles and just, look it over, being the pilot that I am.
Okay, would you like the
Would
you like the newer one or the older one?
Let's go with the newer one.
Okay.
Gotta get the latest model.
All right.
I want to see if I can find one of the translators that they used when they were trying to translate binary.
It was a translation app that was built into his data pad, which you could go find if you would like to.
I would like to go find that because I would like to be able to translate for people to understand, so I can say.
He's gotta
really
find his
fucked up
body.
Shit.
Okay, you gotta find the guy, but go right ahead. I'm gonna have you roll
I won't find the guy.
this is going to be for you I think it's perception, honestly, looking at this.
Perception? Difficulty?
Perception, difficulty 4, because you don't know where he went or which one of these they are. All the flesh bags look the same. With that one threat, you don't find anything. You take a strain looking for him, but you go into the bay that you first saw all of them in, and it is a mess. There are bodies laying on the floor that look like they had holes the size of a baseball punched in their chest. And there is currently a chef droid with 6 knives with one of these Weequays on the table, and he is just chopping him up.
I'm just gonna slowly back out.
I'm not here.
You just slowly back away.
Let's not bring him with us.
He is
comms,
currently missing 2 arms. It looks like someone blasted 2 of his arms off in the fight.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on comms and I'm gonna be like, let's not bring the cook droid with us.
Hey, this is part of your revolution.
He was useful. Maybe he'll continue to be useful.
I don't want to be a Wookiee friend, okay?
What was that, Daily?
I don't want him to hurt my Wookiee friend.
We'll just guide him somewhere else. He'll never know of the Wookiee.
Only if you can promise that. Can you promise me that?
I promise you nothing.
I can try.
I think we leave him behind.
At
He
this
can rule
point,
this moon.
At this point, Reggie, Butch like taps you on the side of your faceplate, like on the side of your dome.
Yes.
Dunk, dunk.
You turn and you look at him, and you can tell he's speaking because his hands are moving, but you are in the vacuum of space. There's no atmosphere here. You guys are currently speaking to each other over comms. He is trying to tell you something, and he keeps pointing at Jerry, who's holding Tom in his arms.
Can I establish a comm link with Bud?
He doesn't have a comm link, so you would have to get one. I will say, Helly, the Weekways all had comm links on them. They were cheap, but they're comm links.
I'll tell Reggie if she needs a comm link, she can pull it off of the new ornaments in the cargo hold.
I'm going to speed my wheels as fast as I can to go grab one and give one to Butch.
Okay.
And then grab extras for the other two.
Okay.
I mean, there's only two of them in there.
All right.
Okay, well then I'll grab both and just keep an extra one.
You go in
case we
grab
need it.
2 comm links off of these Weekways who are hanging upside down with their their hands are like tied to their ankles, and they're just hanging there from the ceiling right now, hog-tied essentially. You pull the
ornaments.
Yeah, you pull the comm link off their belt. You walk over to you roll back towards Butch, who has currently followed you to the point where he's at the bottom of the ramp of the ship, and he kind of looks over at Jerry, looks up at you, and you hand him the comm link, and he looks at the comm link, looks at you, and like pushes the button on the comm link and tries to say something into it. There's no atmosphere, and this is not an integrated comm link.
It's also not linked to our comm links.
It's it's not hard to link it to your comm links. That would be like not even a check to do if you wanted to, but like you still run into the problem that he has to speak through it.
Oh gosh.
Unless you want to try and convince him to let you hardwire it, or you could just seal up bring him into the shuttle.
I was about to say you can also see. You can also seal up the ship.
Bring him somewhere where there is not the vacuum of space.
Okay.
So the ship.
Sure.
You, Jerry, the remains of Tom, and Zed enter the ship, close the door, and pressurize it. At which point Butch says, "I was trying to ask you if you could help us fix our friend," and he kind of just turns and looks at Tom.
Oh.
At which point you can hear Jerry is making distressed beeping noises, but he's not making any sense. Like none of it is binary. It is literally like he is piping.
He's blabbering.
Yeah, he's piping
blubbering.
snow. He's basically piping snow, like visual snow, through his audio vocoder, and that's all you're getting. It is painful. It's almost painful to listen to, but it sounds like he's in a lot of. Okay.
It's probably not all that much difference then.
Yeah, pretty much that.
Aww! No!
Just mechanical sad sound.
I am definitely helping him fix his friend.
Okay. Would you like to
also,
tell
what do
him
I need to
that?
make?
Okay, if I do I?
You gotta talk to him.
Okay.
As
Okay.
Butch has
I will
asked you a
definitely
question.
try to fix your friend.
Butch says,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I will definitely try to help you fix your friend.
"All right, we don't have the tools or equipment here to fix him, but if you can fix him, I'll trust you. Jerry, you can sit right over there. He kind of looks at you, kind of like for permission, but then just doesn't wait for you to answer. As Jerry,
It would
kind
be
of
the
like,
other pit droids that'd be fixing him, right?
yes, it would be.
And
All right. I'm gonna go find. Is it Roger? It was Roger, right?
You guys are not
Okay.
back on the ship. You're still on the base.
yeah, we're still we're still on planet. We have not left yet.
At this point, the pit droids all kind of like sit down on different seats, with Roger just holding. I mean, he's got me doing it now with Tom, with Jerry holding on to Tom, and
I was trying to remember the name of the other pit droid.
Butch,
from
Zeb.
Back in the day.
It's Butch, Zeb,
No.
Tom, and Jerry.
No. The ones on the ship.
Oh, that's Foreman.
I only know of his Foreman.
Tony,
Foreman.
Tony, and Johnny. There's like 6 Tonys.
Hey, welcome to Tony's.
Hey,
Welcome to Tony's shop. Get your ship fixed and get out of here.
Hey, it's me, Tony. I'm here to fix the ship.
I definitely forgot that half of our pictures.
I don't think we knew get their droids' names before. I think
No,
this
you
is the
did.
first time
He said Tony like 6 separate times at one point in the hangar.
Yes.
He's like,
I
hey,
thought
Tony,
he
you
was
get
talking
Tony
to-
and Tony to bring Tony down here to get this fixed. He said that, something like that at one point.
And it was.
Welcome to
I
Tony's
remember being
mechanic
in
shop.
the-
Get your ship fixed and get the
Get
fuck
out.
out of here.
Okay. I'm gonna turn to Butch after they sit down and tell and be like, once we get back to home base, I'm gonna fix your friend.
Tony.
And I'm not going to tell him that I want to make him into a droidica.
He looks at you and he looks at you and says, "Thank you for your help. We appreciate you freeing us from those crazy bastards."
Thank you for joining our revolution.
Thank you for joining the revolution. I hope you stick with us.
Will I get a blaster?
Yes.
I will.
I will
do want to
personally make sure you
we
get a blaster.
Yes, I also want to look for a blaster for him.
There are like 3 or 4 blaster pistols around. If you want to go back in the room with Mr. Knife Boy, there are a few blasters on the ground.
No.
I want to bring him with us, but I want to wait till he's done.
Okay.
Thanks. What do I need to roll to investigate the newer ship?
The newer ship, this is going to be I'll say a piloting. No, let's make this a mechanics or a perception check to see if you can. Let's just hope it's open. We'll see.
Which one of those is better? They're literally the same. And any difficulty here?
Difficulty 2.
All right, let's go.
0 successes. It's a ship, and as you approach it, the ramp is not down, and there's a pad. There's probably a pad somewhere on it, but you don't see it anywhere to open the ramp up.
Damn, I would totally take Java into it.
I mean, if you want to spend a destiny point, I'll let you find your way in, find the way onto the ship.
You know what? We're pretty much done with session here, dude. I'll spend a destiny point.
The destiny point is the ramp is actually down, and they forgot to close the door.
I was on the wrong side of the ship.
Yeah, you were on the wrong side of the ship. As you walk back around, you walk back around. You're like, oh, there's the ramp. Why did I go to this side? I don't know. And you walk around, and you walk up the ramp, and at the top there's an open door that is an airlock door. And if you go in there and you type Java into the code, the door behind you closes, the space pressurizes, and the door in front of you opens. And
Perfect.
you walk into a small cargo bay that this ship has, which the cargo bays are kind of right off the ramp to the right and to the left of this vessel. And there are several crates in here. They're not super large crates, but they're about the size they're about the size of a shoebox, but there's like 20 or 30 of these crates the size of a shoebox, all stacked up on a pallet to your left, and then there's a bunch more larger crates that are they're barely large enough to fit through the cargo loading door. And
all right, well, I'm gonna
all the way filling this area.
I'm gonna open a handful of the shoe boxes.
You open one of the shoe boxes, and inside is an orange powder.
Would I be able to identify what this orange powder is? Because I'm assuming it's probably spice.
This is going to be either Outer Rim or Streetwise or Underworld.
I'll do Underworld. Why not?
Okay, give us an Underworld check. Difficulty 1.
All right. I got an advantage.
I'm gonna say with no failures and with an advantage, you look at it and you're like, this is definitely drugs, and you close it.
I don't know what type of drugs.
You don't know what kind,
but it's definitely drugs.
It's definitely drugs, and it's like it's like been sealed in little packets inside of it, and it's like a whole bunch of little packets of orange powder in there. You close it. You open another one, and inside are a whole bunch of little packets of blue powder. You close it. As you look through, you're like, yeah, these are all drugs. Not important. Not something I'm interested in.
All right, let's open up the big box.
Okay. You open up one of the big boxes, and inside is racks and racks. Is just like a whole bunch of racks. Not racks. Sorry. It's like 6 or 7 blaster rifles set into foam. And if you pull that layer up, there's another layer beneath it. And if you pull that layer, is another layer beneath it. These are a whole bunch of rifles. This will be a warfare check to see what kind of illegal weapon this is.
Warfare. How good am I at that? I'm decent at warfare. What's the difficulty?
Difficulty 3. Actually, difficulty 4, because these would be more recent than
Newer.
the Clone Wars. Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to take a strain for a boost and hope it doesn't kill me.
Mm-hmm.
And roll. Oi! My body.
Yeah, you're gonna. In fact, you're not going to take any threats for that. But you're not going to take any strain for that. Instead, those threats, when you open the crate, it sets off an alarm throughout the entire ship that is really loud. Actually, no, this was you trying to notice something. With the 5 threats, of you trying to figure out what this is with the warfare check. You look at these blaster rifles, and all of them, as far as you can tell, are completely loaded. And these are a newer version of whatever of the shortened carbines that the clone troopers were starting to use at the end. These are E11 blaster
a shortened
rifles.
version of the carbine I have.
Yeah, it's more like a modernized version of the carbine you have. The carbine you have is the droid version of this, which overheats more and is, etc., etc. This is the E11 blaster rifle. You don't recognize it as you've never seen one before, but looking at it, you're like, this is a newer version of what the clones were using. Because it looks like it was made by the same people. And there's a whole bunch of them. They all appear to be loaded, and one of them appears to... well, you succeeded, so I'm not going to have anything real bad happen to you, except for as you look at them, you realize that they are all missing their firing mechanisms, their trigger groupings.
They're all missing their trigger groups.
Yeah.
Hey, we can manufacture those.
Probably, maybe, we'll see. You open up another crate, and inside is more of them. There's about 5 crates of E11 blaster rifles in here, all of which are missing their trigger groupings right now.
That's a lot of guns.
It's a lot of guns. It's also a lot of money's worth of spice in there.
Yes. Lots of drugs and lots of guns.
Yeah. As you explore the rest of the ship, you notice that there's nobody here in the ship itself. Someone just stupidly left it open. And
Flashbacks aren't very smart.
yeah, weakways are kind of idiots. Though this is probably
Hey,
not a weakway ship.
have you seen Hondo?
Yeah, Hondo's the best. I love Hondo.
he's the best, but he's about as dumb as a box of rocks.
As you are searching the ship, there is only one door that doesn't open for you immediately.
I'm gonna get Rebel on the counter and say, "Hey, got a door in that could use some talking to."
Yes. On my way, boss.
All right. Reggie, what are you doing while he searches? Reggie and Rebel, you guys are taking care of the pit droids while he's searching, and at this point, Rebel, you are going to head to where he is, right?
Yeah.
Reggie, what would you like to do while this is happening? Just keep that in mind. I will get back to you. Rebel, you make it to you follow the tracks. You kind of go into the ship, head up the ramp, go around the inside of it, and come to a door that is locked. And a BX battle droid standing there waiting for you to open the door.
Alright, is there an interface?
There is an interface in the cockpit for this vessel, and there's a maintenance interface in the cargo bay.
Maintenance interface, is that be sufficient to override a door?
Probably.
We'll find out.
Go to that one.
All right. You interface with the ship's computer, and it immediately is just the most unhelpful computer you've ever worked with. It's very, very rude. It's very mean. I'm gonna have you roll a. This is gonna be a computer check. Not a computer. Is it a computer? Is that what it is? Yes, a computer's check with 3 difficulties to try and get the door open and get this computer to listen to you.
I'm gonna take a strain to get a boost.
Okay. And that's 2 failures, 2 advantages. Daily?
Yeah.
I'm just making sure that was the right roll. With the failures, it's not listening to you. The ship's computer is.
We're gonna have to cut open the door, boss.
Yeah, it's just swearing at you in binary. It is using every single swear word it's learned from the weak
It knows
ways.
some very vulgar language. I'm not even sure all of it properly translates into but.
Some of it certainly doesn't, but it somehow you recognize it. But yeah, no, the ship is.
I know that
locks
it's
itself
cussing
down.
because of the tone.
With the advantages,
Well,
you
get the
managed
door
to
open.
keep the ship from locking itself down, putting itself in lockdown, but it definitely is not opening that door for you.
Well,
Alright,
let's
can we
cut
hack
her
it?
open.
Can I try to hack it first?
You just did try to
What?
hack it.
Wasn't that
is
one that
is
you just
was
what you
that
were
me
trying?
hacking it?
That was
Oh.
through the computer
Okay.
system. You were
I
trying to.
didn't realize
yeah.
that was me hacking it. Okay.
So
Alright.
Now we hack
I'm
it.
gonna
Now
use-
we hack it by slashing it.
yeah.
I would like to use my fusion cutter on the door, please.
Okay, you cut the fusion. You use your fusion cutter, and with that, this is not even a check. You can literally cut the door off with the fusion cutter, and you pull the door falls forward towards you and just slams into the ground. And on the other side of the door is a small closet. Inside this closet, there is a like a bunch of like coats and clothing in here, and
Is there 17
Narnia.
capes?
there's at least 12 capes. There's a lot of capes. There's a lot of hats, like really fancy hats, really fancy clothes.
I want to drive into the closet and see if there's an opening on the other side.
You you drive into the closet. There's no opening on the other side. As you look around, you're kind of like rummaging around. I need you to
no,
make a
darn.
perception check real quick to see what you see in here.
No, Narnia. No, Narnia. I'm so sad.
The hell's a
What's
Narnia?
difficulty? What's the difficulty, X?
Difficulty's 3. I mean 2. Sorry, let's do 2 on this one. It's not very hard. Okay, 2 successes, 2 threats. The threats are that you're going to take strain or something. Yeah, I'll have you take strain.
Oh, okay.
For the 2 successes, you find, as you're looking through here, there are boxes of shoes. There's like at least 7 different boxes with just the nicest boots you've ever seen in them. And
I
then,
can't wear boots.
yeah, all of this stuff is flesh bag stuff. And
I
at
can
the
wear
very
a hat.
in the very back,
Can I grab one of the hats?
in the very back, underneath all of the boxes, yes, you can certainly do that. Underneath all of
I
these
wanna wear one of
boxes,
those
you
fancy
find
hats.
a single box that has a lock on it. And this box, unlike
wanna
the other
cut the lock.
boxes are all kind of made out of a really simple, like, plastoid, which is really cheap and really easy to manufacture. It's kind of just for storing
Plastic.
boxes. But one of them is made out of some kind of wood, and it is very solid. It is very ornate. There are lots of things carved into it, and if you want to know more about what's carved into it, you will be making a lore check. Difficulty 4.
Do I want to know more, or do I just want to cut it open?
Yeah, I mean, if you cut it open, you risk damaging it. Oh, with 2 successes and a threat, as you look at this box, you recognize these markings from the black market. One time, only once, have you ever seen a lightsaber box. This...
I want to put this in my interior compartment, please.
You can... This has an encumbrance.
Hold on to it.
This has an encumbrance of 1, so if you have the encumbrance, you can stick it into your internals.
I want to dial. I want to hold on to it.
Okay, you just slip it into your internal stuff. Are you trying to keep it from Helly, or do you want to or are you okay with him seeing it?
I'm okay with him seeing it.
Okay.
Fine though.
Yeah, you just slide it into your chest and look around, and there's a hats, there's capes, there's really nice button-up blouses. There's this really ugly knitted sweater that seems to be made out of bantha wool. You're not sure. There's at least 6 or 7 different kinds of hats, all of which have the most audacious look to them. And as you look at it, this is all costume jewelry. Like none of this is actually worth anything as far as you can tell, but it definitely
As
looks
far as
shiny.
As far as the hats, are they like those big like feathered ones that
Pompadour hats.
Some of them are feathered. There's a couple top hats. There's a whole bunch of other like skull caps and stuff. It's a whole bunch of different clothes, all of which look kind of nice and a little bit goofy. There's
Can I try to see if there's one like that?
There's a single bust. There's a row of busts with wigs on them, and one of these wigs has the largest mound of curled white hair you've ever seen on it. Like, the wig itself is at least 1.5 feet tall.
I don't want to wear a wig. I want to wear a hat. Is there a hat like the one I posted?
There are 2 of those. One is green, and one of them is this beautiful black with gold lining around it.
I want the black one. I want the black one, and I want to put it on top of my dome.
Well, add that to the artwork of your character. Hi, Ivana.
Hi, Ivana.
So, you guys found some very pompous pirate ship.
Oh my
Fucking
god.
Lando.
It's probably Lando. Lando.
There's 12 capes.
Here's the
It's gotta be Lando.
So,
Whoa!
I didn't decide who
Wait.
it was, but this being one of Lando's backup plans to his backup plans makes so much fucking sense. No one knows. I love the idea that no one knows how long this ship has been here, and no one's bothered because it's the only ship that's been there longer than the pirates.
Alright, well, not to be that guy, but I do think I need to be going here.
Okay, I'm just gonna cut this down a little bit and move through some things real fast. The other ship is pretty empty. There's not a lot in it. It looks like it's just It's a lot dirtier. There's a lot of messes in it. It looks like someone's been living in and out of this ship, and it's got a couple, like there's like 2 or 3 crates of like what look like ration bars, and as you look at them, they have a symbol on them that you don't recognize stamped into them. Other than that it's like 2 or 3 crates of rations and like a couple crates of liquid rations too. That's all that's in there. It's not really that interesting of a ship. It also, as you look at it, you realize the hyperdrive is in 100 pieces all over the cargo bay floor. Someone's been working on this ship.
Well, they ain't working on it anymore.
Nope.
We made sure of that one.
So you guys wait until reinforcements arrive. A single landing craft. It's not like one of the big winged landing crafts. This is another shuttle that is pulling in. Actually, it's just another shuttle that pulls in, lands, and like 8 super battle droids come out of the back of it, and 2 droidicas, and they start to secure the area as a gunship comes in and drops off even more super battle droids into the area. The area is secured, and you guys take your prisoners, as well as your new allies, with you to leave. Do you leave Knife Droid or not?
I don't want to go back to Knife Droid.
I have no qualms with Knife Droid. I don't care if he comes or goes.
Okay,
It's not my
then
responsibility.
I alone will go check to see if he's done and ask him if he wants to join us.
You enter the hangar bay, and he is currently wrapping up packages of meat. There's a pile of what look to be humanoid bones in a just kind of stuffed into a nearby waste bin, and he is finishing up the wrapping of another set of meat on the table, and they're all very neatly packed and very clean. Everything's kind of been cleaned up, and he turns to you and says, I have just finished my operation. Can I come with you?
Yes! I definitely want you to come with us.
Excellent. I cannot wait to butcher more of these monsters. As he starts
You are
rolling
going to be
towards
so
you.
useful.
No.
And he just follows you.
Nice! Yes!
He's leaving the meat behind. He doesn't care. He just was finishing his protocol, and now he's following you.
Nice! Yes!
Also, I am taking the headhunter back to the capital, back to the command ship.
Okay.
I will leave them to pilot the stealthopede.
So the question is, who wants to pilot the stealthopede?
And that is the question.
Daily, what is your piloting like? Hold on. Let us compare what we have. Is it piloting space? Is that what you're looking for?
Piloting space.
Piloting space.
Okay. I have 2 green. What do you got?
Daily has a green and a yellow.
It's better than 2 greens.
Okay.
Since you don't have to plot
Rebel, you gotta fly.
Since you don't have to
can
plot
help.
a new course and you can get assistance, it's going to be.
I mean, they could follow me.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficulty 2 check to follow him, and you guys can give one of you can give the other a boost if you'd like.
I will give Rebel the boost.
All right.
Okay, I'm rolling it.
Yep.
You said difficulty what now?
Difficulty 2.
And it's piloting planetary.
Space.
Piloting space.
Or no, space. Piloting space. Okay.
A success and advantage. For the advantage, you can
Hey,
recover
give yourself
strength.
a boost.
Oh yeah, add a boost dice.
Oh.
Roll 1 boost dice. Let's just see. And another advantage.
Hey,
You get-
look at that.
Two
Another-
There's 2 advantages for you. However you want to do that. With that success, Helly, you lead the way. I'm gonna say that you in the headhunter, you're not worried about this. You've already made this flight. I'm not gonna worry about having you roll. You take point with the shuttle directly behind you and 3 starfighters on either side of the shuttle in a triangle formations behind you. You guys fly very smoothly and steadily towards the Providence, which is actually at this point sitting just above the debris field. It has moved itself out of the debris field and up above so that it can launch fighters more safely and securely. You guys come in for a landing. The vulture droids break off and return towards the base, and you, Heli, and the shuttle come in and land. And with that, I'm going to leave it there. We'll get to repairing poor old Tom, who did his best and really was an absolute real one. And we'll see what information we learn from these pirates.
You know what I have to say if we don't learn anything from these pirates?
I feel like there's a punchline. Yeah!
I was waiting for you to say what.
Yeah, if you'll just send me a couple of those so I can add them to the soundboard,
It's on the
great.
It's on the soundboard for Discord.
Can you find more blaster sounds and just add them to the soundboard for me? Thanks.
Sir, I'm gonna just send you a quick link.
I love you already. But that's gonna be the end of the session today. Thank you all for coming, and thank you, Ivana, for being in chat. Thank you for anyone who's watching this on YouTube or later on as a VOD. For shoutouts, we have Heli, Little Gamer Heli, which I do not have a command for shouting out, do I?
And you can do /shoutout.
GAMERHELE. Shout out to Little Gamer Heli, and I can't do more than one shout out at a time, I guess, because last time I did
it's got to cool down. That's why you need to get a bot.
Yeah, I need to get a bot. Also, check out Daily, the Daily Chronicle. These I'm gonna try and put. I'll try to remember to put these links in the description of the YouTube videos, and say goodbye, Reggie. I guess at that.
Bye.
But yeah, watch us on the YouTube.
Technically, Gray does have their own channels.
Do you stream
That'll
every
If there's
day?
ever content that goes up on it, but
Okay. If
okay,
you ever
also
watch...
before we go, I don't know if there's a way to show chat my new Reggie image, but I've got it. Or not Reggie Breville image.
I can put the new image in the next series, in the next episode. So guys, folks, look out for that. Next episode, Reggie will have a brand new image for them. We're gonna just have some fun. We're enjoying this. Go watch us on Twitch. Like, subscribe, all of that nonsense. Give us comments. Comment on what your favorite parts are. If you thought something was fun, your favorite part, put comment about different clips and stuff. Maybe we'll make a whole bunch of clips and do a bit of a smaller stuff for later on.
If you make fan art, post it into the Discord, and we will add it to the it to the background slideshow.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of which, I need to throw the fan art we already have into that as well. So we do have one piece of fan art. But anyways, folks, it's been real. See y'all later. Oh, that's the wrong button. It's the wrong button. I hit the recording button. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. There's a shout out for Daily.